All right, everybody, we'll get underway. Please join me in the opening karakia. Whakataka tahau ki te uru, whakataka tahau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki ute, kia mā tara ki tai, e hi ake ana te atākora, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, hei Māori ora. Thank you. We have some councillors who are online, Councillor Tiefenbacher, Councillor Compton, Deputy Mayor McNulty from the coffee shop next door. He will join us shortly. Just before we proceed, just a couple of acknowledgements. We have, unfortunately, local government has lost some important and long-serving personnel so far this year. Here in Wellington, we lost Adrian Staples, but over the weekend, Hastings District Council lost Toa Savili Nigel Bickle, who will be known in Wellington. He was a senior public servant for many years in the Department of Labour, amongst other things, and then he went off to be Chief Executive at Hastings District Council, and I know has made a tremendous contribution up there. So I just want to acknowledge his passing and to just record that our thoughts are with his family and with the leaders and personnel of Hastings District Council. Today we're going to have the council meeting. Once we get through the preliminaries, we'll have one item of business, which is to do with the Wellington Museum Trust Deed. Then we will adjourn. Then the city's Strategy and Delivery Committee will meet, and then it has a public excluded section at the very end. And once that is done, then the council meeting will resume, and that's the point at which we will then consider the agenda item concerning Head Start. So just so everybody is clear about that. Please let the Democracy Advisor know if you intend to leave the meeting. Deputy Mayor McNulty is back. And also ensure that any apologies that are needed are properly recorded. That brings me to the apologies. We have no apologies notified. Yes, Councillor Calvert?
I'm not sure whether I should do it now or whether there'll be a separate session under city strategy, but just for partial absence. Okay.
Any of those things, let's record now, and we will apply them across the two meetings. So, Councillor Calvert, partial absence. No others? Councillor Randall.
Yes, Councillor Tiefenbacher just asked me to record his apologies for possible early departure.
Okay, thank you. As long as Councillor Tiefenbacher can let us know when that is, when he does depart. It's not always visible from here. And we look forward to his return in due course. I have no announcements, which is not to say nothing has happened. Plenty has been happening, but it's most likely on today's agenda. So we'll do that. Conflict of interest declarations. I've had one notified from Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, just to declare that I am a trustee for the Wellington Museums Trust, but I do not perceive there to be a conflict of that interest.
I agree. It's one that should be recorded, but it doesn't disqualify you from participating or voting. Any other conflicts of interest? There are none. Go to the confirmation of minutes. The resolution is there concerning the meeting of 25 June 2026. I will move that. Do I have a seconder? Oh, no, Councillor Osborne.
Sorry, Mayor, I will be moving an amendment that is in relation to the Basin Reserve, and I should probably just record that I am a trustee on the Basin Reserve Trust.
Okay, duly noted. And again, you are a council appointee to that trust, like Councillor Rogers, so you represent the council and its interests there. So while it is technically a conflict of interest, it doesn't disqualify you from participating in that item on the agenda. Thank you for that notification. Going back to the minutes, we have the resolution concerning the meeting on the 25th of June 2026. I will move that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Al-Rubayi. Take it there are no amendments to that. I shall now put that resolution. Those in favour press 1. Those against press 2. Deputy Mayor, you... Yep, that's it. Okay. I note that a vote recorded for Pauiwi Hohai, which this is a council meeting. That's all right. We will amend the record accordingly. There are no items that are not on the agenda. There is no public participation notified. So that brings us to item 2.1, the trustee variation for the Wellington Museums Trust. And Jamie Crump is going to speak to the matter. Mr. Crump.
E ngā rangatira, tēnā koutou. This paper seeks council approval as settler to a small number of governance and administrative updates to the Wellington Museums Trust deed. The deed was last updated in 2007 and the proposed amendments ensure it reflects the Trust's current governance structure and contemporary governance practice, including provisions relating to electronic meetings, communications and notices. Similar modernisation exercises have been undertaken in the last couple of years for other council-controlled organisations, such as the Kore Sanctuary Trust. Officers recommend approval, and I'm happy to take any partai, any questions. Kia ora.
Any questions for Mr. Crump? Does any councillor need to know what a facsimile machine is? That's who I directed that question to. Anyway. If there are no questions for Mr. Crump, do we have a mover for these recommendations? Deputy Mayor McNulty and second Councillor Al Rubayi. Does anybody have any comment or debate? If there's none, I'll put that resolution. Those in favour press 1, those against press 2. Councillor Foon. And that resolution is carried. Thank you for that. At this point, we will convene the council meeting. We'll briefly pause the live stream while Councillor Abdul Rahman assumes the chair. And once he does, we will then start the Committee for City Strategy and Delivery.
Committee meeting. Please let the democracy advisors know if you intend to leave the meeting. Morning tea will be around 11 o'clock. Please be advised we will be voting to move into public excluded session for the final item on the agenda. The reason for excluding the public is to protect the privacy of natural person in relation to a CCO board appointment. As we have just opened the council with Karakia, we will move straight to apologies. Even though we have done an apology in the council meeting, the standing order requires us to do it again as well. So I will accept an apology from Councillor Calvert and early departure for Councillor Tiffenbacher. Anyone else? Pew Wheelers, Kelly?
Maybe early departure if we're not finished by 1 o'clock.
Okay, noted.
Just partial.
Partial absence, yep. So we accept the apology. Please press green for yes, red for no. The motion carried. Conflict of interest declaration.
Sorry. I jumped the gun. My conflict of interest declaration is in relation to this committee, not the council, but my previous statement stands.
Okay, anyone else? P. Willis Kelly.
I would like to declare an interest on item State Highway 1, the Wellington improvements. Mana whenua are at the table. I don't believe I have a conflict, but I'm going to declare an interest. So they're speaking directly with Waka Kotahi.
Okay. Yep. Pui Holden.
Yep, I too would like to declare an interest in the State Highway 1 item and won't participate in the discussion.
Okay. Is that the same reason, but you see a conflict?
Yeah, I won't participate in the discussion.
Okay. It's for the member to decide those things.
Right.
Anyone else? Cool. Confirmation of minutes. Approve the minutes to City Strategy and Delivery Committee meeting held on 18th of June, having been circulated that they've been taken to as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. I move the motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Deputy Mayor McNulty. Now I move the motion, which has been moved and seconded. Those in favour, please press 1. Those against, please press 2. Deputy Mayor. I declare the motion carried. Public participation, even though there was no public participation request until late last night, and I'm granting, after I had a discussion with the submitter, to come and do a 5-minute submission after they told me they read the 600 pages. So I think I just wanted to make exception, and you have 5 minutes, Felicity.
Can you hear me? Yeah, kia ora koutou, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. I did stay up till 1 a.m. reading 637 pages, and having worked in the Beehive, I would just remind people who also have worked there of the 20-page cabinet limit for papers, and I think you could really improve your work streams by taking a leaf out of that book. Anyway, I came on item 2.3, which is the State Highway update, and that's because in the 637 pages, a couple of issues were not mentioned. But before I do turn to item 2.3, just another couple of admin questions. I know that your heads are full of amalgamation, and we've been here before. We had a Wellington Provincial Council in the 1840s, 50s and 60s. And at the Onslow Historic Society, which I chair, a little museum up in Kandala, we've still got the Mayor's Chair from the Onslow Borough Council, which of course split away because of taxation. So when the toll bridge was put at the bottom of Nio Gorge, the residents of Kandala and Nio rose up, and the residents of Johnsonville also rose up and threw the toll bridges into the harbour. And if you look at the front page of the Independent Herald today, the little local newspaper, people are pretty shocked and angry. But that's about Te Akiwai, which is not your issue. On item 2.1, capital projects, can I just say it is really great to see the council having taken on the responsibility of better capital management projects, better project management, including advising the mayor if there's budget blowouts coming along. And it's good to see, you know, the Town Hall, the Begonia House, Kandala Pool, all good on track. And I would like to commend Councillor Calvert, who has been involved in all of those projects, perhaps not the Town Hall, but certainly the Begonia House and Kandala Pool and so on, and for the really detailed look at finances. I see the City to Sea Bridge has got a bit of a question mark over some things, but I hope that resolves itself. Anyway, Historic Places Wellington supports the dangerous buildings policy, which you're going to look at under 2.4, but it is limited, you know, it limits your ability to intervene only to, you know, real danger to health and safety rather than you can't force maintenance, which is kind of a problem, and that's what I've come to talk about. But I would note, I thought it was interesting to see the Health NZ submission on the dangerous buildings policy, because they remind you of the Housing Improvements Regulation 1947, and I think you could advertise those regulations and get tenants in Wellington to make sure that their landlords are complying with the 1947 regulations. Anyway, turning to 2.3, State Highway Update, and the reason I'm here is to talk about urban blight. So you have 100 or more pages of contentions between council staff and NZTA and so on. We all, you know, and there's a whole lot of work that's going on, a whole lot of managerial professionals are busy working on plans and goodness knows what for the next how many years. But we all know that at $4 billion, that project is actually not going ahead in the foreseeable future. You know, it's not, okay? So whatever, the government has its, you know, views, whatever. It's not happening. We know that now. You know, it might happen eventually, but it's not happening, you know, soon. So what happens to that area between the Mount Vic Tunnel and, I would say, Pukeahu Memorial Park? And I just want to comment about a couple of buildings. So in 7 Patterson Street, a street which is now completely empty of tenants, there is, of course, a very big old heritage house which you cannot see from the road, 7 Patterson Street, which was built for Waring-Taylor. Mr. Waring-Taylor, of course, was the MP for Wellington, and he was also the Deputy Superintendent of the Provincial Council. So he went to amalgamation before you guys in the 1860s. It's an 1869 enormous mansion. We're really worried about it burning down or, you know, it being lost needlessly. And I'm also slightly worried that if the council says, look, let's deal with these empty buildings, NZTA will just say, okay, well, we'll demolish them tomorrow, problem solved. But I think what I would ask council to do is to just put a bit of, through you, Mr. Chairman, put a bit of staff time into working with NZTA and working out how we're going to keep these places, you know, looking okay, and maybe not cutting down the trees in Cambridge and Kent Terrace. Again, beautiful, great big.
If you can just last
point is about the general headquarters building in Pukeahu National Park. Now, that's the last remaining building from the military occupation of that site. So the stables have gone, the garrison hall's gone, the drill hall's gone, the gunnery annex is gone, and the very oldest building is now the general headquarters on the corner of Taranaki. And as you know, that is one of the 5 that Mr. Bishop is proposing to delist, and I really think you shouldn't.
Cool. Thank you so much. And I'll make sure Deputy Mayor will not be speaking to that one today, but we will have a discussion next week on those issues. Next, we have a general business, which is agenda item 2.1, significant project and 1 million plus projects quarterly, quarter 4 status report. Please welcome Jeffrey to introduce the report, and Jeannie would be joining him.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, everybody. I'll just make a few introductory comments and then we can hand back to you, Chair, for the questions. So what's in front of you is the regular Q4 significant projects report. But I want to make a few comments about some of the changes you'll see in this one and also some of the more wider changes we're working on to reflect the direction you've given us in the training and plan around project management and reporting more holistically. So first of all, this report you will see expands reporting from just the significant projects to a whole lot more projects over $1 million. So that means you're seeing an additional 45 projects sitting in here that you're going to start receiving better information about. Now that's the very first step towards achieving the much broader objectives you're looking for us to pick up project management across the board. But it's a first step and we appreciate what you see here is not where we'll be in 6 or 12 months' time in terms of the fuller reporting and what we need to do to meet your expectations. But it's a good first step to try and get some of the better visibility for you about those projects. Just a comment on some of the detail in some of those reports. It's a capability journey for many of our people to start being able to report some of this. So we're working on that as well. I just want to acknowledge their reporting on the SLEPO project isn't quite accurate this month and I apologise for that and we will pick that up next time. If you've got comments or questions on SLEPO, we can answer them here today. We'll just need to get that more accurate for you later. We're not being consistent with. More broadly, I think you've also got on this paper 2 project briefs, which is our way of responding to the training and plan expectations that you have very clearly given us. So we're trying to write the briefs to make sure that we are demonstrating to you that we understand what you're looking for and that we are demonstrating to you that what we're going to do to meet your expectations. So those briefs are quite important documents for us to ensure we are doing the right thing. The capital projects review brief has had a lot of work done. Jeffrey's put some time and effort into making sure it meets your expectations of what you want. And the more broader one, the broader project management brief is going to address a lot of the things that we know that you're looking for in terms of improvement for how we give you visibility of what's going on in the capital program. So in that brief, you're going to see a lot more work done on things like standardising vocabulary, expanding the scope of capital project reporting, addressing the approvals for financial variations. You're going to see us address issues on risk and contingency reporting. You're going to see us improve the pipeline visibility and how we link that back to the Infrastructure Commission pipeline. And you're going to see us work very hard on project approval processes so that you're initiating projects at the right stage and you're not seeing them way after they've actually been started. And all that work is something we've now got to lean into, but we're looking for any feedback you've got on those briefs today. So I'll close there, Chair, if you would like to ask questions.
Cool. Before I go to Councillor's question, I have a few, and let me start with this, Jeffrey. What qualifies a project to be significant projects? Because out of the 59 that reported in this, 14 of them are significant projects. And when I look through some of them, example, you can look at Begonia House and Kandala, compared to Harbour Quay and even compared to some of the projects under HAB 2, and which didn't make it to the significant project. How do you categorize and on top of the criteria that you have, if you can run us through?
Yes, I'm happy to answer that question. So we have in our investment delivery framework a project classification tool. I think there was a brief summary of it at the previous quarterly report. Effectively, it's a structured way to look at a project around its level of effort and its level of risk, and looking at the combination of the level of effort and risk that a project has lands on a classification. So the highest risk, highest effort projects get the higher classification. So effort being around how long it will take, how much budget's involved, the level of resource involved, and risk is around the level of complexity of the project, how innovative or new it is, or whether it's something we do regularly. So the tool provides a classification output. It's ultimately, though, of course, up to the direction of the SRO, the accountable leader of that project, to make sure that that classification is right. So the tool is a set of guidance, but ultimately there's still space for a judgment around whether that classification is appropriate. I will say classification is principally about getting the right set of controls over the project. So it's about the right project and governance controls being applied, getting the right experience of people on that, getting the right level, the right leadership of the project, and getting the right assurance and governance over that project. We use it also to help define what projects we report to different people, but it's not its principal purpose. There's no particular reason a different set of projects, like we have in this case, we're reporting all $1 million plus projects. It's principally about getting the right set of controls and the right decision processes over those projects.
So it's a yes, no now. Do you think it's a manager who decide if the project is a significant project instead of a centralized or mechanism?
The centralised mechanism is the guidance, but ultimately there's some discretion, and that's to allow some projects where there's potentially a particularly high level of community interest to be come through as a significant project and have a higher threshold, a higher level of discipline around the controls over it. An example that I can think of in the past is around our Kandala Pool project. I think coming out of the assessment tool, it comes out as a moderate. But there was a decision to say, actually, this is a significant level of interest from the community, and so we want to get a higher level of assurance and a higher level of reporting over that, so elected to.
So it's yes.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, fair enough. And the third question, I will leave it to the rest, but the third question is, when you categorize to green, amber, and red, what that looks like from amber to green, because most of the time we just get explanation to projects when it's already red, and at that stage it's a crisis mode basically, and we have to respond to it. There is no explanation for amber, and how do you also make the amber to red and the green to amber? I will give you an example. Some of the projects in here, it says time, amber, and cost, green. And we know time is money, and how you just saying, it's going to be 6 months late to deliver the project, but it's not going to have any impact. So we will know the cost impact later on when it gets into red. So how do you categorize the general? General, it's green, but time is amber.
I think you have to look at the details of the specific project and what's gone on there. I can say is that, so we have standards around a RAG rating, a red, amber, green.
Take CT2C bridge. There are a lot of examples where it says there are issues, but it shows different. And you can take the Kilbirnie Park. Time is amber, but generally it's still green.
Yeah, I think through you, Chair, I think Jeffrey's right. It does come down to the individual circumstances in the project themselves, and there's often some subtleties sitting behind why maybe a program might be off track, but budget still might be okay. So it does come down to the SRO making that judgment call, and that's the relationship they need to have with the governing body about how they're presenting that call to you, based on the guidance that Jeffrey's outlined.
Cool. Councillor Compton.
Good morning, thank you. I just have two questions, if you may, Chair. One being on the HUP2 program. I was wondering if officers could help me understand why Rawlinsons were undertaking the cost estimate update when they prepared the cost estimates in the first place, and did officers consider an alternative party to that?
Please.
Kia ora, councillors. So Rawlinson's supported us in the development of the HUP2 program business case, which financially was quite a detailed exercise. And with that, we appointed them for effectively a 3-year term to support us through the early stages of the program in a program cost management capacity. Whilst they sit at a program cost management capacity at a high level sitting right across the program, we also have separate cost assurance which occurs at project level for individual projects. But in response to your question, Councillor Compton, in response to, I guess, some of the questions that have been raised around whether the HUP2 program cost estimates are accurate, and we were directed to effectively outline to outline to our board what further cost assurance processes we could add to the program to give elected members a bit more surety or confidence that the estimates are indeed correct. So we took to our board a range of further cost assurance options that we could effectively apply to the program, which would come at cost. And so in our housing ecosystem presentation next week, we do actually cover that as well. But ultimately, it's a question of, do we invest more effort into going into more detail to understand the cost? And does that actually represent good value for money? So at this point in time, we're doing some targeted cost review on particular projects, but we're not doing a wholesale review of each individual a deep dive on each individual project. And the primary reason for that is confidence in the program will improve as we get a better understanding of the requirements for individual project delivery, which ultimately comes down to condition risk. So does that, sorry, Councillor Compton, does that answer the question?
That answers the question. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
My second question, Chair, if you don't mind, relates to Dixon Street and Tiara Park. I know that the budget's around 2.6 million for these combined projects, but the forecasted end cost is approximately 20 million. So circa 7.4 million increase in funding required, or a 58% increase. And the comment in the report is that officers will progress the project for consideration through the 27-30 LTP process. So I'm just wondering, does this mean officers are intending on seeking additional funding rather than rescoping the project back to budget?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I've got Vida and Moana who can speak to that particular project, and also councillors. I believe we may have tried to answer this question in the Q&A, but over to you two to answer, Councillor Compton. Thank you.
Kia ora, through you, Mr. Chairman. So the reporting that is coming through in the over $1 million project is showing both the budget for the combined Tiara Park and Dixon Street upgrade. And there in the 2024 LTP, there is budget for both Dixon Street and Tiara Park. Through the training plan, there was an instruction to separate those two projects. We have now updated the business case, and that is ready to come to committee for decision through the LTP process. Within that business case, there are options which sit within the existing budget, and there are others which look at other options, which look at a wider expanded scope but was not originally budgeted, and that will be a decision of the committee which way to proceed with that.
So just quickly, Vida, that's a new project then for the LTP consideration?
That will come through the LTP consideration, yes.
I think so I'm hearing that if that comes through the LTP consideration, that we won't be progressing that project for another year until the LTP is essentially signed off. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor McNulty.
The Southern Landfill Extension project has a $3.9 million variance. It's 10.9% over the budget, and its overall health is green. Can you explain why?
Thank you for pointing that out, Deputy Mayor. As we acknowledge that as an oversight and an error, that should be amber, and we included that in the Q&A yesterday. Apologies if it didn't get to you, but that was an error on my part and is an SRO and should have been an amber.
Okay, thank you. Another one in here, degasification of swimming pools. It's currently up by 2.4 mil or 13.7%. Cost, though, is only amber. Could I get an explanation, please?
Through you, Chair. Deputy Mayor, I don't have that information immediately to hand, but I will come back to you and understand why that is sitting at that RAG rating and look to rectify. My apologies.
If elected members feel that if the costs overrun are in red, amber is not a sufficient rating to reflect that reality, do we need to instruct an amendment from this table today for future reporting?
Mr. Chairman, is that a question to...
So it's a general question. I'm not quite sure, but
I think
it's to the report. If we have projects in here that are over budget by double-digit variances, and they are being reported in cost criteria as amber, not red.
Yeah.
If we think that is inappropriate as governors, do we need to commission an amendment for future direction?
I think it's going to be for us, and there are amendments that I have already. Actually, it's a time now to circulate some of the amendments to the Democracy Service. And then, Dave, I think I sent it to you a little while ago. Could you please circulate that amendment? Any other question? So the amendment is basically just you're going to receive it to address some of the questions that we are asking. And any other questions? Councillor Foon, and then,
yeah, thank you. Just a couple of questions on the SLEPO project, and I can understand that there are some interdependencies there that are affecting the outcomes at the moment, and so I don't want to dive into that. I'd love an explanation, but I think maybe when are we thinking we will get time, when are we anticipating that we will get time to look at this as a whole so we can understand it better?
So two things there, Councillor Foon. First of all, we need to come back to committee with an update, and we're planning on doing that once we know the outcome of the legislative change that's being proposed, because that will dictate so much of what will happen with this project. So I don't have a date on that legislative change, but it's meant to be before the election. The other thing is we have not yet done a briefing for elected members on the SLEPO project, and so we're happy to do that at any point, of course.
Okay.
It is complex. There's a lot of moving parts.
Yes, and I couldn't really understand it through here. So
and I'm absolutely happy to have a chat with you offline if you would like one.
No, that would be good. Thank you. Just one more question on sludge and the Karori wastewater plant. I guess just the question around that. Is that a surprise? Has that been building up? Have we got ways to mitigate it?
Thank you, Councillor. So you're referring to the fact that the intention was always to receive sludge from the Kururi wastewater treatment plant.
Yep.
As the assumption that was made was that the equipment at the wastewater treatment plant could turn it into the consistency that the SMF plant could handle. As some further analysis has been done on that plant, we've realised that the equipment up there can't do that job. So that is a more recent development, and we're currently working through now what that looks like in terms of what the SMF project might need to do to ensure that that benefit is still achieved by receiving the sludge coming from the Karori waste treatment plant. That goes to the heart of, was it part of the original benefits for the project? How do we pay for it? And we're working through with Te Aki Wai on some principles around how that might be addressed.
Yeah, and I guess the question there also lies in resource consent. My understanding is that we do not have a resource consent to deposit that at the landfill.
So the Beth, do you want to cover?
No, because of the complexity which I just referred to, we do currently have a resource consent, and we are receiving sludge from Karori at the moment. That resource consent currently expires December 2027 and is likely to be extended to September 2029.
Okay. I see all the moving parts.
Yes.
Good luck.
Next we have Councillor Calvert.
I'm just trying to get my head around this Tiara Park Dixon Street project. I did put a number of questions in. I know they've been answered, but I still couldn't work out the numbers. So my recollection is we had roughly 10 million, about 7 million for Dixon Street and about 3 million for Tiara Park. That's what we were working with. My recollection, and it's just I'm going because I need just to double check. And last year, before the triennial plan, we agreed to split the Dixon Street part off. So I'm just trying to understand is how can we come up with options that are significantly over the budget. In terms of, and I know this is officers' options to bring to us when we haven't given any indication that we want to increase the budget. So I'm just trying to understand how we get to that. Probably more importantly, how do we prevent this happening? Because we can't set a budget and then something comes in double. We've had that for too many projects.
Is that clear, or do you want? Is that clear, Moana? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So as we've been doing this project, we've got Dixon Street and we've got Te Aro Park. And with Te Aro Park, we've been working on design with mana whenua, and that process has been ongoing. So we have the budget for Dixon Street. We have the budget for the Pōneke Promise part of Te Aro Park, which is near the Oaks. And then we were working on where the tiles are, basically, what that would look like for the remainder of Te Aro Park. We've been working through with mana whenua on that process. We now have an estimate of what that will cost, and we'll be taking that through the long-term plan process. But the intention always was that we were doing design work for what is a very important part of the city and a very significant part of the city for mana whenua, doing that design work in good faith with mana whenua, and we will bring that cost estimate through an LTP process. We haven't committed that funding.
So when you did the design process, did you have any budgets in mind when you were doing that? Were you working against budgets when you were doing that design project?
Yes, as Moana said, for the area that was part of Pōneke Promise, there was a design budget of around 3 million, and for Dixon Street around 7 million. So those have been designed within that budget. We were asked when we were working with mana whenua to expand and look at what it would look like, including the whole park area, so where the existing artwork is, into a design. We have spent time looking at how a design of the whole area could be, but we have always been very, very clear there is no money to deliver that part of the project, and that would have to be a subsequent budget or funding application. So yes, we're reporting on the whole of it, but that part is very clear in all of the business case and all of the reporting and the lower levels that is not allocated.
For example, we weren't even sure, for example, that we were going to be able to uplift the tiles. So we were operating very much in a kind of greenfield space with mana whenua because of the significance of this part of the city to mana whenua.
So how did you fund the extra design work outside of the budget?
So we have funded that extra design work, but it is not a substantial amount of money that has gone into that.
So funded from where?
From within the Pōneke Promise and Dixon Street projects.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mayor Litton.
Thanks. Just a question about, I think it's Project 51 on the list, the payroll replacement project. I'm just wondering a couple of things, how kind of crucial that is. I understand software sort of gets so obsolete, it needs to be replaced urgently, but given the possibility at least of amalgamation with other organisations, how crucial is it that this project proceed on its original time frame? Is it something that could wait until there's greater certainty about what the future of the organisation looks like?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, Meredith is online. I've just seen her flash up. She might want to comment on this one.
Kia ora, Council and Mayor. We traversed this a few months ago around the risks that we currently have with our payroll system as it stands, and we have no ability to continue with that platform as they won't be continuing with that version. So regardless of whether we went to a completely new supplier or not, we have no choice but to update that platform and at a cost. So it's currently not being compliant, which has led to the Holidays Act remediation project, which is still underway. And we are seeking to ensure that the preferred suppliers are in line with other councils that we would be seeking to amalgamate with, and working closely on that as well.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Councillor Roger.
Yeah, I was just returning back to some decisions that were made by the council on the 8th of May 2025, and it seems to me that in the interest of Te Aro Park and Dixon Street upgrades, that there was an official direction from the council to progress with a unified upgraded design for the whole area working alongside mana whenua. Is that true?
That's true, that's what I understand.
And so it could be possible that this confusion of Te Aro Park being over the budget is because we've taken 2 projects that did have a funding envelope and 1 project that did not have a funding envelope and directed the organisation to deliver something together without increasing its funding envelope.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that's quite possible. I'd also make the point that, and I've talked this through with some of the executive members of ELT, that the current reporting framework, and I think Ms. Chetwin's made that point this morning, is not fit for purpose for you all, and I've heard that feedback from the Deputy Mayor as well. So we've taken that on board, and we're going to come back with a later report.
Councillor Fawn.
Thank you. Can I just get an understanding on the variable speed limit? So did Wellington City Council had to pay for that funding? Is that through, and was that through a government directive?
Kia ora. So that was a national directive through government, and it's 51% far funded with NZTA.
Okay, and so that is the 51%, or that is to be less the 50%?
The project includes the allocation of the 51%.
Okay, great. And so I guess just as is there any way, how do we report, do we have a system for reporting on directives from the government that we end up funding?
Not separately. No.
It might be an Andrea question, I think. Ms. Reeves, is she? No. Oh, there she goes.
I'm here. No, we don't have that, although within our annual reporting, we obviously have to reflect the amount of money that we receive from other organisations. But, you know, that reflects the entire pot of funding that we would receive from NZTA, but also other organisations. We wouldn't necessarily split it out, nor does it reflect the projects that we have collectively agreed to fund versus those that have been driven from a change in policy versus those that, you know, could be for other reasons. So we don't have that nuance in our systems.
Is it possible in the future that could be something that's looked at?
Anything is always possible. There are councils that do report this separately,
Right, okay.
and they set rates on those different initiatives. Hamilton City Council was one of those councils. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
I don't see any hands, but I got 2 more questions. One is for Liam, just following up to what you just said to a question from Councillor Rogers. So do you agree that this report would be insufficient if prepared to standards set out in the Triennium Plan?
Well, I think councillors, I'm answering on behalf of VLT, I'm sure Jenny's got a view. We've heard you loud and clear. There's a number of actions and activities asked for in the Triennium Plan, and this is one of them. So it's a matter of how quickly we can move to get on top of this and provide a fit-for-purpose report. Over to you, Jenny.
Through you, Chair, I think, as I mentioned before, there's a lot of capability and systems underpinning these reports. These are kind of the tip of the iceberg. The capability beneath them needs to be sorted, and the systems need to be sorted. So that's where we need to really work so that the right information bubbles up to you that's accurate. That goes for all of them.
Understandable. So do you also think it's helpful if this council give a direction in making a standard about major projects and significant projects and using very kind of standard vocabulary instead of ambiguity? Do you think if we give direction, that would be?
Absolutely. And one of in the brief that we've done, one of the work streams there is to do exactly that. So that guidance would be great.
Cool. So councillors, with that note, we will take adjournment for 10 minutes. That also includes the morning tea break. And we will just, please look at your email and to respond to the discussion that we just had. There would be an amendment to clarify and giving direction to officers about significant and major projects, also giving direction how future reports should be reflective of the Triennium Plan's expectation. And that amendment was just circulated about 15 minutes ago. Just go through and we will get back in 10 minutes. So 11 o'clock, we'll get back to the meeting and we adjourn now. Thank you. Thanks to Jeffrey, Jean Chetwood, and Liam for the explanation and presenting the report. Is there a move for the motion? Mayor Little, you want to move significant projects one? Yep.
Yes, happy to move the motion. I think what we do around our big capital projects is very important. It is an area that I think many residents and ratepayers look to and do expect to see an improvement in the way we manage projects, and that is all about the reporting and accountability to elected members to make sure we get that right. And so this is, and I think we had this discussion as part of the training plan. These recommendations cover that off, commit us or recommit us to what we've already committed to in the training plan. Specifically in relation to Aroha Park and Dixon Street, it asked for a discrete report on that. It just, every time I hear discussions about it, I sort of still get confused about what project is what, where it's at, what authority or mandate is left for that project, and obviously the financial dimensions of it too. So if we want to consider that project as part of the long-term plan, in order to inform that discussion, it will be helpful to have this report. And I think this will continue the journey we're on to improving elected members' oversight and responsibility for significant projects.
Thank you, Mayor Little, and I would second the amendment. And all I want to say is, especially the amendment that I included in the substantive was not intended in any way to provoke anyone. And thank you so much to councillors who came straight away after you saw the amendment last minute and giving your feedback. I really appreciate that. I think sometimes when such a thing happens, you might have different view from the angle that you saw. Some of us, we might not see it. I think we should take things genuinely that way and give each other's feedback and improve, and that's what we did in this case as well. And I'm grateful that amendment number 5 is also included to look at the Te Aroha Park. We now, Pōneke Holden Hawaii has been working in that space for a very long time, and the mayor agreed to include that. And the significant project report, I think, needs to be improved and going forward. When I was looking through the whole paper, and I see in some areas where it shows the Harbour Quay one is a good example, and it was over budget, and the margin that we might have for cost escalation might be mitigated through the contingency that you have. However, the contingency, you don't wait until the contingency ended to move it into amber. So I think those kind of things need to be explanation. When things get red, we have for each project, for the 5 projects that are red, it was explained. But for those projects or amber, no explanation at all. So we do not know how to address those issues, other than saying that this is the issue and timing is an issue, but it's not going to have any impact. And the managers may have their conscious, judgment in that space, but that itself not also explained in the paper. We do not know what that judgment was based on. So we need to have a bit of a standard in that space and on those reports. The sledge minimization, the slipo, the Kandala pool and Begonia house, those 2 are actually really interesting because even when you look at the criteria, unless you use the judgment, I'm not sure if they fit into that significant project. If they do, I think the Kilbirnie Park one should be included as well to that level. So if the money is something that we use as a criteria, how much percentage that we're using for that to be in the criteria? My example for that one would be in the Hub 2, about $500 million budget, there are projects under the bigger project itself, the 9th Street, the Strathmore Park, and each of them, they are like 40 millions or 50 millions. but they are not considered as a significant project. There might be an explanation for why, and we do not have explanation in this case, unless we just have to figure it out ourselves. And we don't have much oversight if they are not considered as a significant project. So to improve those things, I think the triennium plan has given a direction, and those amendments hopefully going to address those things. With that, I think this is a good discussion, and I have some on the speaking list as well. Next, I have Councillor Compton. I'm not sure. Was it included in the substantive, or she want to move? Okay, cool. Councillor Compton, you have an amendment. Now is the time for you if you want to move that amendment.
Before I move this paper, Chair, can I please ask if anyone has any questions for officers on my proposed on my amendment?
Cool. Councillors, the amendment was circulated a couple of days ago, and that amendment also requesting for officers to come back with advice and appointment of councillors to some of those significant project boards. And one of the criteria, actually, when project is a significant project, there is a board, and for that board, councillors need to have an oversight. That's the intention of the amendment. Do you have any question to that? Councillor Foon and Paul Willis-Kelly.
Yeah, I think just as a cultural practice, it's always been my understanding that we kept the governance of the council separate from our operational work roles of the organisation, and so I guess from an organisational perspective, how are officers sitting with having elected members on these governance boards?
Yeah, thank you. And just to follow up on that one as well, is project governance a governance or operational? Maybe something to be answered part of that.
I think these are all good questions because this is probably new territory for councillors to be going into the space and understand why you want to go there. I think it's best that we do, as Councillor Compton's asking, and provide the advice back to you on just what it would look like in terms of the nature of the governance that's going on at a project level, because those project boards are not themselves decision-making boards. The SRO is the decision-maker on those projects. So just to bring some of that intel back, and to look at some of the options about what the role of the councillor would be on the project board, just bearing in mind the decision-making rights at the moment sit with the SRO. That's how it's set up. There is a distinction between your governance here and project delivery governance.
Yeah. Okay.
The Chief Executive want to add to that as well, I think. Matt, do you want to say anything?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So just a point of clarification, the Amendment 7 says for consideration at the next full City Strategy and Delivery Committee, which is only the 19th of August.
Ooh.
It's the 27th of August. There's still fairly limited time with everything else that people are doing in terms of bringing it back. So it's just about the speed at which we bring that advice back, and it may well be that we want to work through some of this information with elected members in a workshop. I don't know yet in terms of that process. So I'm just thinking about time. So I don't want to disappoint Councillor Compton or the council. So just wanted to be clear about what the process would be from here on in.
So, Councillor Compton, could you feel comfortable changing that time frame to September, October?
That's fine if it's the next or the one after. I just wanted to ensure that it was time bound.
Cool. Democracy Service, please make sure with Chief Executive when would be the right time, September, October, and then update that amendment accordingly. Councillor Foon, it seems you have a follow-up question.
Yes, as part of that advice, I'm just expressing just to also get an understanding of how other councils manage this, just as a benchmarking. Thank you.
I can't give you that right now, but we'll come back in the advice. Yeah, thank you.
Pui Liz Kelly.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was more along the same lines, and my concern are we blurring the lines of operations and governance? So I would be interested to hear back from the officers, and I was interested to hear what our Chief Executive just said. I think that there's a lot going on right now, and do we really need to have this as big as what's been suggested? Because I think if you can just make it clear, is it blurring the lines with operations and governance? And if it is, then we find some other way to keep oversight. And I think some of the amendments that have been put forward is a good way to do that, not necessarily having somebody sitting on a board. Do I need clarification about that? Or for you, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I think what I'd see in this is, it's not up to me to respond to this, but what I would see, some of the projects, look at the sledge minimization, 400 million plus project, and we don't have any oversight until it turns into red and it landed in our, in front of us. And I will not be expecting councillors to be involved in every and each project. But there are some projects that we need to have a bit of oversight, and we have some experienced people around this council table, and it's I think it's our responsibility. But I'm looking forward to hear the advice from the chief executive around what that looks like. I also think it's a healthy thing to have that push and pulling factor between the governance and the operation for our community. At the end, what's a good thing for our community? We can't just sign up everything, making a decision, and wait it until it comes back. So we don't need to get deep into it, but I think it's a healthy space to be. Next, we have Councillor Osborne.
Thanks, Chair. Just to really quickly follow up on Pauiwi Kelly's point, I think it'd be really good if this advice really thoroughly traversed. I think there's probably potentially some issues where our role as governors may well be in direct conflict to our role on a project board, and I just want to make sure that that advice really touches on all those potential permutations.
Cool. I'm sure all those points will be noted by the Chief Executive. And any other questions? Councillor Arubai.
Thank you. I just would like to raise my support for Councillor Compton's amendment. I think it is important to have elected member oversight when there's... Oh, sorry. My apologies. I take that back. No question.
Absolutely fine. Me and Councillor McNulty been doing a lot of that last triennium, so you're doing well, Arubai. It's fine. Councillor Foon, you have... It's a question time, okay?
I got that. Can I just, I think there's an important clarification here, and that is, can we understand roughly how much work this is going to take officers? Because I think that will help us understand, because I think we've got lots of requests constantly. Where does this sit in our priorities of things we have to achieve in the next few months? So I think that might have been a CE question, or I don't know if you can... How long's a piece of string?
Yeah, all I can comment on is it will take some work to pull the advice together. If we're looking at other councils' practices, we're looking at conflicts issues. There's a lot to cover.
Yeah.
In terms of where it sits in your priorities, that's something for you, I think. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of the amount of work, and we want to make sure we've got it right. Just noting on the timing, there's a meeting in September for city strategy in the middle of September, and there's also a meeting at the very end of October for city strategy. And I was wondering what the officer's recommendation is to which meeting would you be confident that you would be able to pull together the information that would provide a good starting set of advice about whether or not this was going to work, and whether or not what was outlined in this amendment can be achieved.
Through you, Chair, if you're happy for me to respond, I think it's really difficult for us sitting here right now. We've done this before. We've committed to things. We've even given estimates of costs for things off the cuff, and that's then been brought back, and we've been criticised for giving an off the cuff comment and then not being able to compete to it. You've got some significant decisions you're potentially going to take today in this council chamber. Those will add significantly to the work of this council. My suggestion would be, my commitment would be to keep the mayor appraised of where we're at, and through the mayor, you as elected members, as to the exact timing. I think as written, it says for consideration at upcoming. I'm comfortable with that. We note your desire, and we'll seek to meet it as swiftly as is possible. But until we've scoped it in terms of what work we can do, I'm reluctant to commit to exact committee date.
Councillors, I have a confirmation from Councillor Compton that if we can just say upcoming meeting, that would cover it. And I'm also comfortable with this. And the Chief Executive surely will get back to us before the end of the year, either September, October, and nothing is going to happen between here and then. So I think it's not a big of a worry. I think we can give that flexibility to the Chief Executive. Any other questions? Councillor Randall, a follow-up?
Yeah, one more follow-up. Yeah, just as a follow-up. Look, I appreciate that, and we want to get it right. I'm just wondering if we could have, doesn't have to be in the amendment, but just a commitment that, in the September and or October meetings, if the advice is not available, we're going to get an update about when the plan is and that sort of thing. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. Just a comment further on.
Comment. I'm going to get back to that one very soon, Councillor Chung. It's a question, and then we go back to Chung.
We've heard about the difference between governance and operation, but you were talking about if a councillor was on the project board, they needn't actually, or do you think they actually need to have any input into how that's actually run, or do you think that they could be there to offer any assistance or a different opinion? Do you think that would be an advantage?
Through you, Chair, I think there's multiple options for this, and I think this has got to be canvassed in the advice we bring back rather than state something now would be the best thing I can say to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a good question. That's what we're looking for, Councillor Chang, and that's where we're heading as well to get, Councillor Arubai.
I actually have a question. Could that advice possibly come at the next CSD meeting, or as soon as applicable?
Practically possible?
Possible?
Yeah, I think that is exactly what we're asking them, and the Chief Executive said yes to that. Yeah, thank you. Councillors, with that, now I invite Councillor Compton to move the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. So today I'm introducing an amendment to the Significant Projects Report, and this amendment seeks, asks officers to report back to this committee on how elected representatives can be appropriately represented on existing or future project boards of some of our largest and most important pieces of capital expenditure. This includes the HUT 2 program, which is over $500 million and already has external governance on that project board. Whilst I understand the need for expertise, outsourcing governance makes me uncomfortable when elected governors are not at that same table. We bring a different lens. So whilst I acknowledge there is a difference between governance and operations, our communities are asking for stronger oversight. A report every 3 months with a summary of finance, time and risk is not sufficient for our communities, nor should it be sufficient for us. Communities expect that we know more, that we use our skills and insight to do better for our city. They're asking us to lean in, and this amendment seeks to do so in an appropriate manner. I ask for your support in this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Compton, do you have a seconder?
Yes, Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Deputy Mayor McNulty, do you want to speak to?
Please. Look, whether rightfully or wrongly, the public perception of this organisation is that we are unable to manage big, complex council projects. That is the public perception by the majority of Wellingtonians told time and time again. And I'm reminded a bit about the Einstein analogy of doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So what's in front of us is definitely doing something different. And I want to acknowledge it's a pretty extraordinary step. But I struggle to envision a world where if we had a councillor around the project board for Town Hall, the sludge plant, the move to this premises, or Te Matapihi, that we would have gotten a worse outcome. I can't see how that would have been the case. I want to remind elected members, we toured the town hall in March 2023. We were told the project would blow out significantly. We were then kept in radio silence until September that year before we were given the advice. I'd say that the town hall has been the most formative thing around this table for my political worldview, because so much of my thinking and actions of this table since then have been around destroying the cultural practices that allowed that entire thing to happen. And I'm confident that a councillor sitting on that project board at that time would have given us a better outcome. I want to actually acknowledge what's being proposed here in terms of practical outcome is huge. An appointed councillor, cool, we'll just wait for the conversations, an appointed councillor will be wearing the weight of any project delay, overruns or failure with the public. That's no small feat. But personally, I'm absolutely up for that challenge, and I'm more than happy to second the amendment. And I want to say thanks to Councillor Compton for raising this. I think what you're doing here is a great job of bringing the outside perspective of how things actually generally work in the real world and applying that to improve what we do at council. So I think this is such a no-brainer. We need to improve what we do here, and this is a way to connect better the accountability of elected members to the expectations of our community.
Councillors, now it's 11:30 and you can speak to the whole paper or to the amendment. With that, I will just give an opportunity for whoever wants to have. Yeah, Councillor Calvert.
I'm just speaking to the amendment, but I support the amendment. And I think if there's any concerns about elected members being on there, we also sit on CCOs. So, in fact, they're a governance board in their own right, and yet comfortable there. I think, but I think with this, I think it's not just being an elected member. I think you would also have to have the skills to be on the board, because we know these project boards do follow a methodology. And you need to be aware of that methodology that is being followed in terms of administering it. So my word of caution would be that you need to have demonstrated skills to sit on such a board. But the other thing is that, and as we've seen with our committees, you don't have to be an elected member necessarily to represent. We could appoint somebody independent as well. But then this also ties in with one of the aspects of our training plan, which is an external capital advisory group. So I think we've got to dovetail in with that, and depending on how that comes up. But I think the key thing is that we do have more transparency. As Deputy Mayor McNulty said, we can't keep doing the same thing over again and expecting different results. And so this is a way that we can get that transparency. And maybe if an elected member had been even on an internal project like the transition to Te Aki Wai, we can give a perspective that no one else can. And we are facing some of those issues now as elected members. So if we'd been able to give that perspective, we may have had slightly a different transition approach. So I fully support this, but I think obviously the devil will be in the detail. Thank you.
Next we have Councillor Osborne.
Really quickly, Chair, I just wanted to, I'm happy to support this amendment too. Just wanted to quickly thank Councillor Compton for her willingness to engage on what she proposed earlier on, and I guess recognise that there are quite a lot of potential fish hooks and complications in this, and we do need more thorough advice around it before we make decisions. So very happy to receive that advice.
Right of reply, Councillor Compton.
I have no more to say. Thanks.
I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded for a vote. I declare the motion carried. So next we go back to the main paper. Anyone who wants to speak to the paper? Councillor Matua.
Yeah, very briefly, as I know we have some quite big items coming up over the day. I just want to acknowledge staff for acknowledging the deficiencies in the report and to kind of recognise where we are on a journey to, that there quite a lot of significant work has gone into getting this work together, and that we're obviously on a pathway of kind of different and improved reporting. And I want to acknowledge the Chair for your remarks, for acknowledging the deficiencies with the process for handling that amendment. So I want to thank you, Chair, for your openness. And I guess I just want to emphasise, because my feeling is that sometimes in the questioning we're veering, we're crossing that very thin line from robust to hostile. And it makes me uncomfortable. And I want to say that the way to continue to improve, both in the reporting, in a more collaborative approach to project governance, and with each other, both staff and colleagues around this table, that we will only achieve that improvement by working constructively together. So I would love it if we would err on the robust side rather than the hostile side. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Matua. Next we have Councillor Fuan.
I also want to just acknowledge that I think I just do need to bring up that using framing like destroying cultural practices, and I just think we all agree we need to get better, and that's what these processes are about. But a style and a way of coming down on things I don't think is appropriate around this table for our team who are going through quite significant changes at the moment. So I would like to ask for respect for all. Thank you.
I don't see any hands. Councillor Randall.
Yes, I support this. All of the different ideas. Councillor McNulty is quite right that keeping on doing the same thing wasn't working, and this council is alongside, I must also note, a new chief executive is doing things differently and leading things differently. And that's a good thing, because we need to do things differently. The council's track record on large projects has been reasonably poor. I mean, for me, it was actually the sludge minimisation plant was the eye-opener, how much that started and blew out by hundreds of millions of dollars. And it's really been quite scary. The amount of money that has had to be committed, and that's all funds which we thought we didn't have to commit, that could have gone to other things, which means we can't do some of the really good things that this city needs. There are a number of different ideas, and I want to acknowledge the effort that's being already done by officers towards improving the framework. The Project Management Office is continuing to make improvements, improving its risk management reporting, which happens at the Audit and Risk Committee. The frameworks are getting more solid, the financial reporting is getting better. And one of the things, and we saw that today, is that when you get better reporting, you see the gaps better. Okay, that's one of the first things you see when you get better reporting, is what is missing. And so we're on a better track, and I want to support that. I agree with Councillor Matthews, we do have to be collaborative in our way of working forward. But I also think, and this is with respect to putting elected members on significant project governance boards, is that we need to also show the public and put ourselves in the line of being directly accountable, rather than having to, as we found out with the town hall, for example, blowout, having to pick up the pieces when it had gone wrong without our knowledge. So the communication is more open, and these ideas are going to be explored, and hopefully we will do even better, because it's a very big council, we've got things to do.
Mayor Little, do you have a right of reply?
Thank you. Just to acknowledge that, I think, look, ultimately, as elected members, we're ultimately responsible and accountable to the residents and ratepayers of Wellington. And part of discharging that responsibility is that we engage with officers, and it is our job to sometimes ask the difficult questions and the uncomfortable questions. When I talk about uncomfortable, I mean sometimes those questions make us feel uncomfortable. And that's right, and that's us doing our job. Nobody comes into this job wanting to undermine good people striving to do their best. But when things do go wrong, or go awry, or go well over budget, then that is a time that questions have to be asked, and sometimes they are difficult questions. Those aren't acts of hostility; they are acts of accountability and responsibility. And I agree with Councillor Matthews that the way we conduct ourselves to do that still must be courteous and respectful, but it should never prevent us from asking difficult questions and doing difficult things, and from time to time feeling uncomfortable. That's what leadership is about.
Cool. Councillors, with that note, let's go to vote. I put the motion that has been moved and seconded, and please press 1 for support, 2 against. I declare the motion carried. Next, we have agenda item 2.2, discharge of Wellington Water Committee. I'm not expecting any time to be wasted on this one. Do you have any questions, councillors? No. Do I have a mover? Councillor Ruiti, seconder, Liz Kelly, debate, right of reply. Councillor Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Good.
Okay. And now I put the motion, right of reply.
Please to assist.
And I put the motion that been moved and seconded for a vote. Oh, that's it. I declare the motion carried. And we have agenda item 2.3, State Highway 1 Wellington Improvement, Council Position and Fast Track Lodgement Update. And I invite Sean Odin. Yep, cool. Liam also just going to give us Michael Dundam.
Stu McKenzie.
And Stu McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, councillors. Also, just acknowledging Mr. Ordain on his feet again. First time back in front of council after his accident. Great to see you, Sean. Councillors, this is a report that seeks your endorsement for the project outcomes and feedback we've been giving NZTA over the last couple of months. Obviously, it's a significant project for the city if it proceeds. What we're talking about here, of course, is giving us a mandate to proceed to a fast-track panel environment and have our best position and best foot forward for that panel to consider the views and preferences of the City Council. So this is why the report's quite comprehensive. We are really playing to an adjudicator now through the fast track process. So all the details of that are listed accordingly, and we're happy to take questions. Just on the State Highway upgrade project specifically, this report refers to, but we can take some questions, and I'm sure some of the Northern Ward councillors might have some on the P2G matter. From an NZTA team point of view, we've been really happy with recent progress from NZTA and their team. You can see some of their changes they've made to the project since consultation has passed. They've gone back to their project page and made a number of changes, walking and cycling being amongst them, and some improvements around the Moxamab traffic concerns that were raised by the community. There's better clarity around the design of the basin, and there's also a commitment to establish the network planning group, which of course, if this project does proceed to an actual delivery project, it's going to cause quite considerable disruption in the city, and we want to make sure that's properly managed, and the costs of which are also managed both in the community, businesses, and for our own assets. So you'll see, and I'm sure you have questions on some of the outstanding matters, but the team can provide some better clarity on that for questions now, so happy to take them.
Questions, councillors? Fantastic. I don't see anyone having questions, so we just... No question, right? Yep. I think Sean is surprised. So, and who's moving the paper?
Was the substantive going?
Your amendment is included as a substantive, Councillor
Yeah.
Calvert, which I already indicated before the meeting to you, and
I'm just trying to see it.
the
that's all.
Democracy Service will put it up. And for those of you who are not sure, the amendment was asking, Councillor Osborne as well, do you want your amendment, except the one that seems to be a bit of controversial, to be included, except that one, or do you want to move all of them separate? Fantastic. Yep, fair enough.
Can you just take out under 2 with the following amendment, because it's not really, it's going into the substantive, it's not an amendment.
Yeah, that's the editing, they will do the editing. So in the meantime, who is moving the paper? Councillor Randall, you move the paper.
Yes, one of the things I strongly support is the improvement the government's proposing to our through traffic through the State Highway 1 Wellington Improvements Project. This is a large investment that will improve the flow in and out of Wellington East and through the city eventually with 2 new tunnels, hopefully. It's a really big investment. But that said, it's also an investment that goes right through the middle of our city, and so it has to fit into our city. I want to recognise that our officers have been working very actively with NZTA, and it's my view that that's not always easy. NZTA are a government department and have less incentive to work with directly with the local public than certainly we do. And our officers, I understand, have been doing sterling work to try and analyse their proposals and provide feedback. This report asks us to support that feedback. I've read through it. I don't necessarily agree with all of the feedback points, and in some ways it's almost too detailed. But it's very important that we are a partner to this project, and therefore it's important that we as elected members and as a council formally endorse and support our officers to work in partnership with NZTA so we have the best outcome we can get for the city. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Calvert.
No, I don't need to speak. Thank you.
Councillor Osborne, now it's yours.
Thanks, Chair. I do have an amendment which I shared with you all earlier in the week. But just before I get to the amendment, I just have a few little general remarks I wanted to make about the project. And I don't think anyone around the table is going to be overly surprised about my position on the project, but I do want to make clear that it astounds me that we have a government that thinks it's sensible to spend $4 billion on transport without addressing the challenges of climate change. It's a project that really just completely and utterly ignores the reality of climate change. And I think around this table, we actually talk a lot about kicking the can down the road. But this project isn't just kicking the can down the road. It's picking up the can, it's putting it in a petrol-powered rocket launcher, and it's sending it so far down the road that we can't even see it anymore. But I guess the project's not just irresponsible, it's also just bad policy. The problem we have in Wellington is not that we need more space for cars. The problem we have in Wellington is that the alternatives to cars aren't good enough. And anyone who's been to the modern, lively cities around the world that we want Wellington to be like knows that those cities have public transport networks that are fast, reliable and affordable. And look, our public transport network in Wellington, it's pretty good, but if we had a government that was willing to invest $4 billion into it, it could very well be world leading. We know, as Ms. Wong told us earlier in the day, the project's not happening anyway, presumably because the government just simply doesn't have the money. But I suppose for reasons of politics, it's continuing to this process to continue through the lodging a fast track application. I would note that the project has no funding attached and no start date. So you really have to ask yourself, why are they fast tracking it? It's fast tracked to nowhere. But anyway, that's for them to decide. And we must, at council, continue this charade. And I do commend the work of our officers. I think they've done really well to engage so far with an agency and a government that has really quite clearly shown it's not that interested in engaging with us. And generally, I'm quite supportive of the direction that the officers have taken and are asking us to take today, just with a few minor amendments which I have shared. So I think just really quickly to run through those amendments. First, I just want to make it clear that we as a council expect that any of the risks that arise from changes to travel patterns that may happen if this ghost project does happen are mitigated. And especially around schools and other community facilities that are frequently used by schools or other at-risk communities. We saw earlier this year or late last year the outcry when it became apparent that thousands more cars were going to travel along Moxham Ave right outside the front door of Kilburnie School. And similar impacts will happen outside other schools if this ghost project takes place. So I really do want to see our officers advocating to remove, minimise or mitigate any of those risks. Secondly, we know this ghost project will have an impact on Kilburnie Park and Basin Reserve. Both of these parks in the future do need significant capital upgrades to make sure they continue to serve the purposes for which they have been designed. And I really would like to see our officers using the fast track process to explore how much central government putea we could possibly extract to help further these upgrades along. And I would encourage our officers in preparation for that fast track process to meet with the users of those parks just to make sure that we are well over and well aware of what those capital upgrades could be. Finally, and I'm sure Councillor Rogers will have more to say on this point, but I'm proposing that we seek waka kotahi funding to roll out trials of pedestrianisation and other public realm upgrades in and around the Cuba Street area. We know this project will have a significant impact on the experience of pedestrians, and the construction phase is a great opportunity to develop real-time data about how changes to street layouts will affect pedestrian behaviour. So thank you for listening to what you may describe as a diatribe. I would implore you to support those three amendments.
Do you have a second, Councillor Rogers?
I'll speak very briefly. One of the things that I looked through, particularly with the project going ahead, was the impact that it had on the central city. One of the things that it does for both Vivian Street and Currow Drive is remove a significant number of left-hand turns and right-hand turns, both on and off of the state highway. For the precinct, particularly of Te Aro, the major impact for that will be Cuba Street, which will have no turning on and off of it. It will lead to significant increased traffic on Taranaki Street, Gusney Street and Abel Smith Street. So if the project does go ahead, we know that on our local roads we will have significantly higher traffic, and we know that on Cuba Street there'll be significantly lower traffic. Really what this amendment is looking to do is say, waka kotahi, if you are looking to make this impact on our city, instead of just using the modelling that you provide, actually let's simulate that reduced traffic flow through Cuba Street, let's simulate the increased traffic flow through Gusney, Taranaki Street, and see if that is going to eventuate, how we could best mitigate it and take those lessons forward into the development of what they believe to be a real project, but I guess would describe more of it as a ghost road. But nonetheless, it would provide far more information for both them and us in the way that we manage our city streets. So I hear it's the slightly more controversial one. I'm not trying to remove cars from the city. It's merely about looking at the impacts that we will face if this road does go ahead and making sure we're learning lessons from it in a real world environment instead of just in a simulated one.
I will allow actually 2 questions. Is there any question? Councillor O'Brien.
You're just wondering if there is kind of any precedent with other projects, like large motorway projects and things, for this kind of pedestrianisation to be part of the package?
That's a question of officers. From my experience, I can't speak from experience. I think I'm looking at Sean coming up here to potentially help answer that.
Yes, through the chair. It is possible for a panel to elect to create an environmental offset through the creation of a pedestrian area. It would, however, be up to the fast track panel as to whether that occurred or not. But as a mechanism, yes, there is a possible pathway to it.
Mayor Little.
I wonder if officers could give advice on the extent to which the amendments proposed in terms as kind of requests of Waka Kotahi NZTA are consistent with the GPS on transport, and whether or not they align with that, and therefore the probability that they would be acceded to by Waka Kotahi NZTA.
At a high level, the NZTA is driven by both the GPS and its requirements to deliver value to taxpayers. So there is a natural tension that they wish to spend money on the core project and as little on the offset as possible in order to maximise value for taxpayers. And that's ultimately where the hearings panel is making a decision. In terms of alignment with the GPS doesn't anticipate a great deal of investment in active modes. So at present, I would say that the pedestrianisation of streets would be in conflict with its funding priorities.
Do you want to add anything?
Well, I think His Worship already knows this, but the point, I guess, is that this is really helpful for officers, councillors, to provide us with the guardrails we need to go in to an independent planning panel and argue what the conditions would be if the consent was granted to support the city through the disruption that will occur from the project if it was built. So when these amendments were given to officers early to get some advice, we thought the more guardrails, the better. It allows our scope to be clearer and more concise, to take to that independent panel to put conditions on an NZTA consent. Thank you.
So I received this morning a call, I think that's not a confirmation, that indicates that the consent will be launched in the next 10 days. And actually the person who called me specifically says a week. How much time do you have between now and then in convincing them, including those things? How practically?
This again, through Mr. Chairman, this is our position. This is the city's position that it's going to take into a independent planning process. So this is what we'll put in front of the panel, and NZTA will have to put its case forward. We'll probably negotiate through the matter. It's not uncommon for us to break away and sit down and thrash out conditions. That's my point about the guardrails. It's important we have those for us so we know what our scope of interest is and influence, if you like, on the independent panel. So this isn't NZTA conditions. This is our position to the independent panel about what we would prefer.
Any other questions? Councillor Roger and Pee-wee Liz Kelly. Oh, actually, sorry. Councillor Randall was it? Councillor Randall, and then we'll get back to
you. I mean, looking at some of these, why aren't some of these, or to what extent are these already in the officers' recommendations, such as there are sections, for example, active mode, outcomes being sought, interconnectivity, and to what extent, or what are there any particular items in this amendment that are actually quite new or in contradiction to what officers have already put forward for us?
I'll ask Mr. McKenzie and Mr. Durndam to come and assist with that level of detail. If you would come forward, please. So, to summarise, the councillor's question was, how consistent are these changes with what's in the proposed positions to begin with, and where are the conflicts?
Kia ora, Chair and councillors. Overall, they are in accordance with and consistent with our overall project outcomes, so we don't see any inconsistency or any clash, if you like, with the project outcomes as we have presented them to you in the report. So, yeah, overall, we are quite comfortable with those.
Okay.
Just to elaborate, perhaps one area that is not necessarily contained within the project outcomes, but provides a useful positioning is probably around the item 4B2 that's highlighted, the and/or capital upgrades. From an officer's perspective, having that sort of direction is useful because that provides an avenue for us to advocate for that outcome, which isn't something specifically covered within the general project outcomes.
And so I just wanted to note that there's a specific request around pedestrianising Cuba Street. Is that also an element of the officers' recommendations as outcomes they're being sought as currently in their proposal?
The project outcomes as were drafted and submitted to NZTA last year, that would be an extrapolation of what officers had highlighted. If that is the view of council as a specific matter, which isn't covered in our general project outcomes, that's useful for officers to understand if that level of specificity is wanted, because that isn't something that exists in existing council policy. So it hasn't been something that we recommended in the project outcomes when we submitted that, because we didn't feel we had a strong enough position to be able to infer that as a specific outcome.
Thank you.
Now, Councillor Roger.
Yeah, mine was actually just in relation to that last question. Just as a clarification, we do have a decision on the books that directs to investigate pedestrianisation, and I think some of that was worked into the Cuba precinct plan. So it is a position that's already adopted. And then the other question was around, this is informing negotiations through a fast-track consent process. So in terms of Wakakotahi considering it in their alignment with the GPS, would it be the case that if it was imposed as a condition by the fast-track consents panel, then regardless of its alignment with the GPS, if they wanted to progress with the project, they would need to implement it?
So the GPS is only one of a range of high-level government policy documents that the Fast Track panel will consider. So the Fast Track Act has its own process, but it does default to the RMA as well. So things like the MPSUD, creating well-functioning urban environments, that will be one of the matters they'll consider as well. So it's certainly within the scope of what the Fast Track panel can consider.
Who will is Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to be clear, from what I'm hearing is that these things that have been put in here, well, they need to be negotiated, and we're hearing that it's likely they may not happen. What I'm hearing from officers is this is really good for us to agree that these are the sort of guardrails, I think you said, is what we as a city want put in place when this panel is thinking of expanding a state highway that's going to go through the capital city of our country. And these are the mitigations that we would like to see. Whether they agree to them or not is going to be dependent on how well you negotiate. Is that what I'm hearing?
Before you answer, Liam or Sean, just to differentiate, the amendment councillor is currently questioning on was just the one highlighted by the yellow. The red one usually is an amendment, but in this case, the red one is not an amendment. The yellow one is an amendment moved by Councillor Osborne, and some of the answer from officers is for the whole thing, and the amendment is separate.
But
I
was specifically asking for clarity that the whole thing, what we've got before us, is really going to be down to negotiations, and it's about what we as a council are saying that we would like to see if the country is going to expand the existing state highway that is going to go through the capital city of New Zealand and the impacts that it's going to have. These are what elected members are saying that they want to see as a bottom line, and it's up for you to negotiate that.
Yes, in order for the Independent Hearings Panel that will decide the fast track to make its decisions, the council must put forward its positions. As officers, we are required to be instructed in those positions.
Thank you.
Next, we have Councillor Chang.
Thanks very much. I was just thinking about what Councillor Rogers was saying about how do we actually see the effects of what happens if the state highway goes through the centre of Wellington? And so how can we actually model what happens in Taranaki Street, Tory Street, Cuba Street, and these areas if the plans that NZTA have? Now, so how feasible is it for us to actually test model these practically by closing off some areas and seeing how the traffic patterns work rather than doing a computer model of it? Because when we talked about the same thing down in Harbour Quays, the feedback was that it was going to be too difficult to actually do. So is it feasible to do it?
So the question, as I understand it, is could we close the construction corridor in advance in order to see what the traffic would do? I mean, in theory, you could pass a traffic resolution to do that, but it would be highly disruptive to the lives of Wellingtonians and their businesses. In general, that's why we try and use computer modelling, of which there is a stream of evidence that will go to the fast track panel about that, instead of unnecessarily extending the duration of disruption in that part of the city.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien?
Sorry to kind of labour the same point, but from officers' understanding of the project, to what extent is the pedestrianisation of Cuba Street a specific environmental offset or mitigation of the state highway works that will be taken seriously in a negotiation?
So when Mr Mackenzie was talking about it being an extrapolation, or might have been Mr Dooندam was talking about it being an extrapolation, one of the first responses from officers has been a concern about the severance of the north-south pedestrian flows through Te Aro and the importance of those as commuter networks and for the circulation of people through the city. Pedestrianisation represents an extrapolation of that in dealing with that severance, the pedestrianisation and reinforcing that flow along Cuba Street can be viewed as an offset to deal with the difficulties that might be created with the crossings of the state highways. So I do believe it is a realistic thing to put forward. However, it does start to come down to the extent. There is a clear case for how pedestrian realm improvements could be made at the crossing points of the state highway and back into the blocks, but whether we could achieve the full pedestrianisation of Cuba Street through such a mechanism, that would be a much more difficult position to get the panel to adopt.
Mayor Little.
I was going to ask, from your experience or observation, to what extent is a fast-track panel process a negotiating exercise or a decision-making exercise on the receipt of information from interested and affected parties? And then related to that, in relation to NZTA, to what extent, from your observation or experience, is NZTA authorised to negotiate on matters that sit outside the GPS?
They're looking at other fast-track applications that have been brought forward in the past year or so. we can see applications, particularly in Auckland, for housing developments, and the positions of council and Watercare in that case were not taken into account, and the development granted. That resulted in the need to truck sewage from northern Auckland into Whangarei. So in that respect, the negotiation aspect of this is somewhat less than the decision-making aspect of it. It should be clear, when we are dealing with the Crown is sovereign, it makes decisions. In terms of the second part of your question, I'll hand that to Mr. McKenzie.
So under the Fast Track Approvals Act, the Fast Track panel has to balance up the regional and national benefits against the effects and be convinced that the effects are not out of proportion to the benefits. So that involves an assessment of a wide range of matters, well beyond just the GPS. So things like the district plan, the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, regional council as well, or the regional plan, environmental considerations. So they all go into the mix. And the Fast Track panel have to be convinced that those effects are adequately managed. So it does come back to a quasi-RMA type process. So look, there's enormous scope for council here to influence the conditions which are placed on the designations and the resource consents in order to achieve the sort of outcomes that the city has set out in those project outcomes.
So can I clarify then, is it your view or advice that an engagement with the Fast Track panel to address a question of the need for safe pedestrian crossing on down Cuba Street across Vivian Street, which is a critical part of this project, is grounds for then opening up a discussion with the Fast Track panel on a broader plan for pedestrianisation along the rest of Cuba Street? Is that what you're telling us is a possibility?
It is. Whether you would then receive the funding in order to do that is another question, but you may end up in a position where a compatible investment is made as part of the state highway upgrades that allows you to then pedestrianise the rest of Cuba Street should the council so wish to do so.
Okay. Thank you, officers. No more question. Now we move to debate. Back to debate. Is there anyone who wants to speak to? Councillor Young.
So first of all, when we come to the vote, could we have a division and 2.2 taken separately? The bit about Cuba Mall. I want to speak about Cuba Street. This question of pedestrianising Upper Cuba Street has come up time and time again during my 100 years on the City Council. And the retailers are horrified because they are struggling. They're struggling even more than when they were first horrified. I don't think we can effectively kind of play chess or some sort of city game with businesses that are struggling to survive. I remember when Cuba Street was not at all pedestrianised, and the pedestrianisation was quite good, but it's a very discrete area, and it has become an area actually I really don't like very much. But the point about this one is, when we have businesses really struggling in Wellington, this is not the time to pedestrianise it, because I don't eat a lot of fish and chips, but there is a very successful fish and chip shop there. They would probably go out of business if it was pedestrianised, because the whole thing about many people with fish and chips is they send someone down, drive down to pick them up, take them away. That's just one shop. But there are a whole lot of businesses there that really rely on more than just the foot traffic. And that changes the whole vibe of the street once you pedestrianise it. So this might be something that eventually is possible or attractive, but at the moment I would say we have to do everything to keep our businesses going, and taking away or pedestrianising it would not help, not least the disruption while all this work will be done. So I'd just like to take that one separately, please.
I don't see any other hands, so... Okay. Mayor Little.
Thanks, Chair. And look, my concern is, and I'll be guided by ward councillors on this, is I know that there are plenty of people who have an incredible vision for more pedestrianisation of Cuba Street, and that may well be the right thing to do at some point. But it ought to be the subject of its own kind of discrete consideration, following good quality engagement with the affected community. We're already hearing from one councillor that those who would be most affected by greater pedestrianisation would see it adversely. My bigger worry is, as I understand the fast track process, it is not a negotiating environment. It is about, in this case, given this is a government project, getting consent from a body that is not the council or local government, but from a central government authority to get this project going, because for whatever reason they're convinced that more and bigger motorways in different parts of the country, including obviously here in Wellington, is a good thing. Our role as council is to mitigate the worst aspects of that project. I don't see a basis for achieving offsets through other measures that are certainly consistent with this council's policy, but are a world apart from the government's own policy and the direction they're taking. Really what it comes down to is I don't want council officers wasting their time on embarking on a chaotic mission to get something that we simply won't get from NZTA or a fast track panel. If we want greater pedestrianisation in Cuba Street or anywhere, and I am keen to see more pedestrianisation, I'm really keen to get the conversation going about Courtney Place, now that we have it all sort of modelled in, proportionate terms in our lunchroom. I think there's huge opportunities there. But I'm not going to go anywhere near this government and say, please help us fund something that you have announced from the outset that you're not going to touch. It's a waste of people's time. I'm sorry to put it in those blunt terms. Let's take responsibility for what we control. Let's not wave flags and demand things that we know in this current context we're simply not going to get.
Right of reply, Councillor Osborne.
Thanks, all. That was a much more in-depth conversation than I was maybe expecting, but look, it's great. And it's wonderful to hear the Mayor's really keen to pedestrianise Cuba Street, and I look forward to his support. Look, I would just make... I would just make a couple of points. One is we're not... What we're asking here is to look at trials to help develop data to help inform good future positions. That's really it. I mean, obviously, there's not been much discussion around the other two amendments that I've brought forward, so I presume there's wholehearted support because they're wonderful amendments. But look, officers have told us these amendments are practical, they're realistic, and they're doable. I would strongly encourage you to vote for them. Thank you.
Is that the two amendments, or is there any other, the third one? That's it. Okay, councillors, what I will be doing is we will be voting first 2.1. Huh?
Are we going to speak to the substantive?
We will go back to that one. Now it's an amendment. So I will put 2.1, which seems... Is that 2.2A2? So anyway, 2.2, and that is pedestrianisation of Cuba Street. And yeah, I put that.
Chair?
Yes.
I was wondering, could we ask the mover of the amendment outlined there are three parts? Just for simplicity, I was wondering if we could just vote on each of the three parts, but have the Cuba Street one separate as you were just about to do. Is that all right? Or are you going to just do Cuba Street and then all the rest?
All the rest together. When I say all the rest, it's just only the other two, because we're going to go back to the substantive as well, the main paper. This is only the amendment.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I'm just talking about the amendment.
Yep. Yeah. Councillor Rabai, yeah? We're about to vote now, yes?
Yeah, so could we actually just take them all separately? like all three?
I'm happy to do
Is that okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Let's do it all separate.
In a division.
A division. Yep. Cool. Let's do 2.1. Yes.
Finished the debate. That was. I thought that we were going to go back to.
No, we finished the debate for the amendment, and then we're going to go back to the main paper. That's just a normal process. Yes.
Okay. Well, then we can't put it all together if you're going.
No, it's not together. There are an amendment. The amendments separately. Let's go. 2.1. Yes. Cuba Street. I didn't realize they just keep saying all together, so that's why people are confused. So, okay. I was saying here, but not connected. Not carried. Okay. Now we vote on 2.32. Yeah, 2.3.
So, Chair, I just would suggest that we could do the rest of 2.2.
Hang on.
Just to clarify for you, Councillor Ramble, the only addition that I am proposing to introduce is what's highlighted in yellow. The rest of it's already in there. Yeah.
Yep. Ready to vote? Yeah, the second one. Yes. Motion carried. Now we just go to the last part. This one is minimizing any risk associated with the altered transport patterns near schools. Now we go back to the main part, which was moved and seconded. I think we have also done enough canvassing this issue, unless someone who got very councillor phone.
Thanks, Chair. I'll keep it brief. I just want to say I support the officer's direction for this, but I just want to make it clear I definitely do not support the project in full. And I just want to comment on severance. If you really want to get an understanding of that, please go and ask anyone who lives in Aroa Valley about how they enjoy getting across State Highway 1 at the moment. So thank you, Councillor Calvert, for bringing that amendment today. I also want to thank the officers for their work on making sure that we're future-proofing for MRT in the future. Please keep that up as you go forward. I'm very sceptical on the less travel around on Harbour Quays. We were promised that last time and it never eventuated. And given that we are the country that has the highest private vehicle ownership in the world, I very much doubt whether we'll ever get less cars on our streets. One upside I see in the project, which is why I wanted to speak today, thanks to Ms. Wong for bringing the comment about urban blight. One good thing, as properties sit there with no certainty for many decades, Maybe once again they'll become affordable homes for our arts and creative community, for events and gigs and empty warehouses, and our creative capital will be reinvigorated once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Fawn. It seems for every action there will be a reaction. So Councillor Young seems to have something to say.
Well, I would love to see the Mount Victoria Tunnel project underway, but the reality is it's not going to happen for years, if not decades. And I also recognise that we need more housing in the city. But I'm very concerned at the strong possibility that one of the country's significant heritage properties is likely to be demolished unnecessarily. And I'm talking about the former General Headquarters building on the corner of Taranaki and Buckle Streets. So Taranaki Street was once planned by this council as a boulevard route to the Pukeauhau War Memorial, tree-lined, etc. Money was put aside, nothing happened. And it is bereft of any significant or attractive buildings at its upper end. It has a plethora of suitable sites for housing, some of which are already vacant. For example, the City Hop car park directly opposite this building, and the 1,200 square metre vacant lot at 196 Taranaki Street, 60 metres away, that was used for COVID testing during the pandemic. And there are lots of other low-value buildings that are not heritage. Pukeauhau National War Memorial Park commemorates all New Zealanders who died or served in international conflicts, including the 18,000 who died during the First World War, the 12,000 in World War II, and those who died in the Vietnam War, 31,000 in total. That's the population of Paraparaumu or Timaru. The park's construction cost taxpayers $25.8 million, with our council contributing $5 million. The cost of strengthening and restoring the carillon, with its bells donated in commemoration of some who died in the First World War, exceeded $10 million. Taxpayers' money. It cost taxpayers a fortune, but now the park is a major point of our national identity and history. The park has two significant bookends that anchor its military history: the old brick police station, now in private hands and restored, and what's considered to be New Zealand's oldest existing military installation building in New Zealand, the former General Headquarters, or GHQ. It was built in preparation for the Great War, and it's now the last heritage defence building left on the Mount Cook site. It's a keystone of Wellington's military history, and indeed New Zealand's military history, and it also represents 183 years of Mount Cook's role in defence. These two buildings anchor the park's military history. That's why the building is part of the city's World War I Heritage Trail, and because it was a key site in the 1913 waterfront strike, when New Zealand had its storming of the Bastille or Russian Revolution moment, when class war was nearly sparked, when Union protesters faced machine guns and massed Cossacks at the site. No building could have a better role in commemorations. So why are we targeting the GHQ building, a bookend to the culturally sensitive Memorial Park? Removing its heritage status means it will probably be demolished, most likely for housing, and then asking the minister to sign its death warrant for a building that will be the perfect service centre for the Memorial Park. With an open floor plan, it could display the history of conflict and commemoration. The building's future has been an issue for decades. The Mount Cook community strongly supports its retention and organised a hang on to the GHQ protest on Armistice Days in 2015, which I joined together with former councillors Iona Pannett and Andy Foster. Definitely an unholy alliance. The GHQ building is listed by Heritage New Zealand as Category 2. It currently has an NBS of 9%, which explains the huge containers that surround it. Under the existing legislation, the building would require a more complicated and expensive upgrade to 34% MBS. But that's about to change. The government's Earthquake-Prone Building System Reform Amendment Bill is currently having its second reading and should become legislation before the election. The building is only 2 stories, so only the facade will need strengthening. That's a far more feasible and affordable project that makes saving the building possible. I believe it would be madness to allow the demolition of
Councillor
the
Young, are you finished? Okay.
Three more lines.
Okay.
And I rarely speak, you know that. I believe it would be madness to allow the demolition of this unique, interesting, and historically significant building when there's no shortage of empty land nearby, and the tunnel remains a dream. It is sited on history. It is sited on Crown land that is not appropriate for housing. I hope that Wellingtonians who care about our history and the ultimate sacrifice made by the forebears of many of us will ensure the Minister is made aware of this unique piece of New Zealand's history. Here ends the history lesson. Partly for you, Councillor Rogers.
Thank you so much, Councillor Young. However, I'm not sure if that speech was for this one or for the next paper, which is into sanitary building.
I'll do it again.
So, however, with that being said, I will put the motion. Right of reply, Councillor Randon. You have already spoken, Councillor. Okay, you can. Okay, yep. No, I'll give you an opportunity. You can speak.
It's not a history lesson, but I will say that the where Massey is now was the we were planning on turning that into the Museum of Conflict, so that may well have been a good site for some of those events. But what I want to do is actually take this opportunity to raise something else. We've talked about funding of this, and it's very related of this project and how we there's no money, and we face this successive governments. It's not just this one. We promised stuff around, especially around State Highway 1, but there's never any money in the budgets. But what I do take some hope with, and as we talk more about regionalisation and amalgamation, is the introduction of legislation that will allow tolling of existing roads. And when I think about how much money has gone into Transmission Gully, which is part of the actual road taking us from our airport through to our to Levin and further north. So I think there's an opportunity if we could, if that legislation comes in, do we look at Transmission Gully? There's an alternative road to Transmission Gully, tolling that and using some of that money to help fund some of the other projects that we need in the region. So I'm just putting this out there now, but I think we need to have a conversation about that because we know funding's tight, but we know that Transmission Gully in itself has proven a benefit, an economic benefit, and perhaps we should just tap into some of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Randon. Right of reply.
Look, yes, thank you very much. I just want to make 3 quick points in response to the debate, which has been quite interesting. First of all, with respect to the Cuba Street idea, look, I thank you and I thank Mayor Little's and others' comments about us trying to shoehorn every other project that's nearby into getting some money out of NZTA. And really, this is a Wellington City Council issue. But all the amendments have all been very positive. I want to note particularly a real sense of deja vu to the comments that Councillor Osborne made about this project having no funding and no start date. And the sense of deja vu I can summarise in 4 words, which is called Let's Get Wellington Moving, which also never had any funding and never had any start date, yet we still spent tens and even hundreds of millions of dollars on that. Look, I hope this project is not a charade. This is a project that the government's come and offered us, and don't look a gift horse in the mouth. This will make Wellington better because we are struggling with congestion. As Councillor Foon pointed out, people are not giving up cars, and so we can't really. If we're going to be a growing city, we've got to get people to move around. But more importantly, I want to come back to the basics of this report, and the basics of this report is that we want to support officers to work with NZTA on this big project as a partner and as a positive partner. And I think the outcome we've got here is supporting them in doing that. And so for all of that, I think you will think.
Councillors, now I put the motion that been moved and seconded for a vote. I declare the motion carried. Are we doing lunch at 1, right? Lunch at 1. So let's do the next 2 agenda items left. The next one is 2.4, review of the dangerous and insanitary building policy 2022. Woohoo! Okay, Sue and Jeff, could you please come and introduce the paper?
Actually, Chair,
Cool. Yep.
I think we'll take the paper as read, that this is a report back following consultation. There's some the issues raised by the submitters, which are generally around other wider issues, around buildings which have been neglected or left alone, but they're sort of aligned with but separate from this policy. So we've updated and provided feedback to you on this point.
So could you please take us through a little bit about the response from the submitters and when we went out for consultation? What did come through?
Through your chair and councillors. And so we have completed our consultation and we received 10 submissions altogether.
Yep.
And one submitter requested oral hearing. Altogether, and the council officers have summarized and analyzed these submissions and made changes to the previous version of the policy. Main changes include we added a subsection about the derelict and abandoned buildings. This is a kind of a common theme from the submissions. And second is to clarify that the council may conduct inspection upon request in terms of the healthy home standards. Other changes mostly is about editorial changes to make the policy more readable and accurate.
So several submissions express frustration about abandoned buildings that fall below the statutory threshold for enforcement. Beyond adopting this policy, what tools does council have to encourage owners to maintain or reactivate these properties?
Yes, but it's just not using any tools under this policy or the Building Act. And officers is always willing to react and advise the property owners to do the proper job.
Has council identified any legislative changes it would like government to consider to better address long-term vacant and derelict buildings? Is there any policy that you think would address? Currently, it's not us who would be doing those policies, but we can advocate to the central government. Is there any that the council officers identify?
I presume and the council can and do some advocacy, but at the moment, and I think under the Public Health Act and also MB can exercise all the enforcement tools regarding the healthy home standards.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Do you have question, Councillor Foon? Yeah, Councillor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora, and thank you. I sent these through the other day. Did you receive them? Yeah, great. Okay, so I just wanted to understand more about things like rodent infestation or excessive rubbish? Like, how are they treated in this context?
It's provided in our written response, and our public health colleagues, and they can react under the Public Health Act 1956. So the main tool, legislative tools, can be a clearing notice, cleansing notice, and that will be used and upon request and or notification. I mean.
Okay, so there is a mechanism to deal with that should it be needed to. Yeah.
Yes, but separate from this policy.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Just the timeframes on council action, just in the policy that felt relatively light. Was there a reason behind, for that? Like, how do we monitor our own timeframes to react when we get a reporting, for example, of a building that could be dangerous or unsanitary?
Our officers and from the compliance team, and they have a internal procedure to follow. But the reaction will based on the complexity of the concerned buildings.
Okay, yeah. And then the next question was just roughly how many dangerous and unsanitary buildings are there in Wellington at the moment and or on average?
We have a register, and on the register there are 12 and such buildings. But on average, we received about 4 such notifications per year.
Cool. Thank you so much. And thank you, officers, for the presentation and answering those questions. Do I have a mover for this motion? I think Councillor Foon, you're moving the motion.
I'm moving. I don't have a seconder, so I'm looking at my colleague. Yes, thank you, Councillor Young. I was looking across the wards for some support. Look, I'm happy to move this, and I think I may have said this before, but dangerous and unsanitary buildings is not really the subject that one puts their hand up to be councillor for, but it has definitely become very prevalent in my ward at the moment, and actually just how disruptive and dangerous actually it is. So while this is a policy, I do want to thank the officers for also reflecting these changes and what's necessary as things come through, particularly for buildings that are affected or those around a building that is deemed dangerous and unsanitary. I also do want to thank the submitters because there were some really good points made, but it was also still a learning for me on how defined council's role is in this process. So even if you're thinking you're a budding councillor, this is just one of those lovely policies that is worth reading for nighttime reading because you never know when you're going to need it. But I do want to acknowledge that there is a situation that has been quite traumatic for many in Newtown at the moment, and it continues to be. So I won't bring it up here, but I'm just thankful that this is when these belts and braces policies do help us, guide us in those situations. So thank you to the officers for the work.
Yep, just small correction. The Newtown, a very small area, it's one property and councillors are dealing with it, and hopefully it will be dealt by this week, and all of you'll enjoy the lovely Newtown. It's beautiful. And it's a bit to the side. Who's seconding the motion? And Councillor Young, and then our Councillor Chang.
I'll speak very briefly this time. I'm delighted to second this paper. Insanitary buildings, dangerous and insanitary buildings are a hazard for people's health and also for the whole look and feel of the city. There are a couple in my ward that every time I go past them, I think, how come these buildings are still allowed to be there? I have raised them with the officers, and at the moment they don't comply with the requirements. I'm going to follow that up. So I'm delighted to second this paper.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Chang, I'm sorry.
Yes, I also have a question about the effectiveness of these changes. Now, I was also involved in a unsanitary building in my ward, and it was reported that the officers couldn't do anything about it. It was the house was full of black rot, and the neighbours, surrounding neighbours, were very, very concerned that all of this was making half their street unwell. You know, with the whatever they are that fly around on the microbes and the black rot. Yes, and so, but the council came back and said that there was nothing they could do if they actually just, if the owners of that house fenced that house off to stop people from going in, would that be something that the council officers would actually look at saying that was resolving the situation? Because of course you can't build a fence to stop things flying through the air. So, would they have the powers to actually do that, to ask them to demolish that house?
Cool. I have next speakers, but Democracy Service is telling me the energy is getting low. I think now is the time to discuss amalgamation, maybe. Anyway, next we have Councillor Ruti.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just be very quick. I really appreciate history lessons, and I appreciate what Councillor Young has brought to the table today. But I also want to remind everyone that history lessons can go even further back, and there's a prehistory to the history that she shared, and that is that site GHQ was taken under the Public Work Acts by from local Māori, and my understanding is when you take something under the Public Works Act, you no longer have any use for it, you should return it to those original owners, and you should return it in a situation where they can use it. And I look forward to when some of the rubble comes down, we can share it, Councillor Young, with that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. And right of reply?
Thank you. I think what is said and been done has been done. Thank you.
I now put the motion for a vote. I declare the motion carried. Councillors, you think you are ready to go, or we can finish the... Should we finish the one agenda item left, or should we just take... Huh? Yeah. Okay, brilliant. Let's take a break and lunch and be back at 1:45. now. And next agenda item would be 2.5, decision on plan change 1 to the 2024 district plan. Please welcome Michael Dundam to introduce the report. And Sean Odin, actually. Okay. Says Michael here. Okay, yeah. By the way, just want to acknowledge Sean. Lovely seeing you back, and I hope you're progressing really well. And yeah, it's good to see you. And the floor is yours to introduce the paper now.
Thank you, Chair. Before you are the decisions on Plan Change 1. This is the plan change that delivered quite a number of small changes to the district plan in response to a number of issues that have been identified by people either trying to get consent or by community members. So in it are things, for example, like the rezoning of the Brooklyn Community Centre. Within this report are the independent hearings panel's conclusions, or in this case just a single commissioner, and also the incorporation of consent orders. So the council now has the decision to adopt those changes, or in some cases it can resolve not to adopt. I have brought Adam McCutcheon to the table, who is a font of information on the detail of this particular instrument, and we can move to questions, please.
I got one question. In the report, it talks about during consultation how some of the residents in rural area raised concerns about the complexity of planning and resource consent and landscaping. These matters were outstanding in the scope of the plan change. What is the proposed pathway for council to address these concerns?
Kia ora, Councillor. So yes, as detailed in the paper, the plan change is limited to what's in scope, so what was notified and therefore on the books to be amended through submissions. The matters that were of concern to those submitters living in rural areas were things like the ridgelines and hilltops provisions, some earthworks provisions that restrict the development of rural land from their perspective. A pathway forward could either be a plan change, but we would have to go through a ministerial exemption process to do that, with restrictions on plan changes in force at the moment. Another pathway could be working through resource management reform and in the new land use plan addressing those matters, some of which may now fall outside of the proposed new resource management system, matters to do with visual amenity other than when landscapes are outstanding in nature, are proposed to fall away. That bill, the planning bill, has been reported back from Select Committee and the government intends to pass it into law before the election, like many other pieces of legislation working their way through the House now. So we won't quite know the exact form. I think one thing that we can do is once resource management reform is confirmed and the bills are in force, come to you with a plan for how resource management reform can be implemented, what the timeframes are and what we can do in the interim.
Given those bills are currently on the parliamentary order papers for debate, I think it's this week, we don't want to advise the council to commit to another plan change at the expense of that until we have that information.
Cool. What is next? I mean, if we vote on this one today, and what it means for council, is that the end of the plan and it's moving into the implementation phase, or what exactly? What is next?
If you adopt these changes, they will be notified to all submitters. Any appeals will be received, but the rules will become operative if they're not operative already, and then you can move to your next subject.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors? Thank you. I don't see any other question. To have a mover for the motion, Councillor Matthew.
Very briefly, I would like to thank officers for their work, thank the Commissioner and everybody involved in the process. I mean, I guess I would sort of make the comparison with the district plan. We built a beautiful new building, and this is kind of a stage of cleaning up maybe some of the construction site. So it's really good to address these largely uncontroversial matters. And I guess I just want to note as well, happy birthday, Mr. Ordain. Lovely to see you.
Cool. Who's seconding the motion? Councillor Arubai. Okay, any debate? Councillor Foon.
I have to bring up the Brooklyn Residents Association's plight on this journey to reclaim the zoning of the community centre and playground back to open space from medium centre zone, Anyway, so I do ask for your support. They will be delighted, and I think the community will also be delighted that they will be retained as open space for future generations. Thank you. And thanks to officers for all the work on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foon, for that, actually. And I just want to acknowledge Perry from Brooklyn Residents Association, Katie and Nick Ryan, who fought for this one, and they brought to our attention, and Sean Odin took it from there. And today I'm sure it's a good news for Brooklyn community resident associations, at least. So thanks for bringing that, Councillor Foon. Any other debate? Okay, cool. Let's move to the vote. I declare the motion carried. Now we move to agenda 3, public excluded. Officers recommended that the public is excluded from the following part of the proceeding of this meeting. I will move the motion. Do I have a seconder? Arubai. Is there any debate? I now put the motion, which has been moved and seconded. I declare the motion carried. Just give a couple of minutes until we get into. Cool. 3.1, Councillor Controlled Organizations Board Appointment. Please welcome
Okay, cool. So support Johnny's one, yeah?
All right. There's another conversation happening. Okay, all right. If you're online, it is strongly advisable that you're on mute. We'll hear your plans in advance. All right, the council meeting is resumed, and we're now at item, whatever it is, 2.1. It's the Head Start proposal. And I'm going to invite Ben Henderson and Matt Prosser, who can remain where he is, to speak to the paper. Oh, sorry, to answer questions on the before us. Mr. Henderson, any comments you want to make by way of beginning?
I'll pass over to Mr. Prosser first.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor. I'm trying to interpret your comments as possibly be brief and allow us to get to questions on this, because we do have a report before us to consider as Wellington City's position on the submission of a proposal under the government's Head Start proposal. You as members have had 8 briefings on this topic and have undertaken citywide engagement at pace, the results of which will help us on that journey. However, having been through this process of amalgamation in the UK, I do recognise that 3 months is a very short time frame for anything. And our challenge will always be about balancing the level of information we need to make a decision versus the level of information we may want. The important thing today is that the decisions we make allow us to finalise a bid to government or not. But if we do, it's a compliant bid in line with the guidance issued. Despite what will perhaps be real concerns over the level of details, I think that within the timeframes we've done as good a job as possible allowed, and on top of the business as usual demands of the Capital Cities Council. I'm going to hand over to my Chief of Staff, Ben Henderson, who will remind us about some of what that detail is contained in the report, who I think is then also going to invite Kara to speak about Mana Whenua's involvement in the process to date, which has been vital. And then I'll come back and I'll update members on the position of the other councils on the basis that we are the last council to take decisions on this in the region, so it might be helpful for you to understand the position as it stands right now. I've resisted the temptation to scores on the doors, but there we go. Ben, over to you.
Thanks, Matt. I'll talk very slowly, by which time hopefully Kara will also be in the room and able to join us here to introduce the paper. Well, here we are. As we're all very aware of, the government's Head Start process has been a very compressed time frame. You know, within those constraints, councils across the region undertook engagement to understand community views to help inform today's decision on whether to submit a Head Start proposal to government or to submit a default to the backstop process. For WCC, our community engagement included an online engagement survey, engagement with the Tower Community Board, and also each of the council's advisory groups, and also public forums with presentations from 11 individuals and 8 organisations. The key headline statistics being 3,016 responses were received. By all accounts, this was a significant result when compared to long-term plan and annual plan engagement processes. Almost 9 in 10 respondents to the engagement survey supported Wellington City Council putting forward a Head Start, a proposal under the Head Start pathway, as opposed to defaulting to the backstop process. And there was clear support from respondents at approximately 80% in favour of merging the 4 metro councils, with support decreasing to the low to mid-40s for Kapiti and below teens for the 3 Wairarapis. The broader themes on the benefits and concerns reflected a wide range of views, including local representations, service delivery, accountability, financial sustainability, and regional coordination, and the views being summarised in the report. Throughout the process, meetings were convened with the mayoral forum and iwi representatives from across the region, and their views are presented to council in attachment 3 of the report. And at this point, I'll now turn to my colleague Kara to speak to that part of the report.
Can I just clarify, just before Kara speaks, the reason Kara is here is that during the course of the process, the mayoral forum process, is that when we were engaged with mana whenua through their body called Te Kāhui Whakarehunga, they effectively co-opted Kara to be part of the chief executives group to actively work on getting the information, providing advice and putting it up to mayors. So Kara has been integrally involved as alongside council officers in putting together the proposal as it currently is. So Kara, over to you.
Kia ora, Mayor Little, councillors, Pauiwi, Holden, Ohaya, taku tuakana a tēnei nā te mihi atu ki koutou. Yes, this is my third interaction with councils as you consider what's in front of you. I just wanted to sort of lay out that the relationship so far with councils in the preparation of this work has been actually really, really good. And one of the main issues that we've found throughout this whole process is that it's been an imperfect process. An imperfect process because of the speed that was required to give effect to the work that was in front of us. And that speed was predominantly because of the central government. So it'd be fair to say that the councils moved very, very quickly to ensure that mana whenua involvement was engaged at the appropriate time and to support the development of the proposal. We have been involved in that work, and we, at the conclusion of the financial update, which was provided to all councillors, set out the key principles that we were keen to ensure were held within any proposal that went forward into the Head Start process. And key to that was, upholding treaty principles, Māori wards, subsidiarity, so the principle around decisions made at the right place, local decisions at local level and regional decisions at regional level, as well as making sure that the principles of the treaty are embedded throughout the proposal and throughout any future form of local government. The engagement, as Mayor Little has already noted, has seen me at the regional working group level, as well as the CEO forum, as well as ensuring that there's participation at the mayoral forum as well. Te Kāhui Whakarehunga is a collective of iwi from within Te Upoko o Te Ika, so it's Te Atiawa, Ngāti Toa, Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Kahununu, Rangi Tāne, and Te Atiawa ki Whakarongotai, as well as Taranaki Whānui ki Te Upoko o Te Ika. So, and we've met with the mayors, I think about 3 times now. They've all come to Waifetu and engaged with Te Kāhui Whakarehunga to set out the proposal and to seek that input and feedback. That feedback was provided to the mayors via a letter that was sent last week on behalf of Te Kāhui Whakarehunga. And just to sort of double down on the key points in that letter, which I've already spoken to, is sort of the principles, but also that the kāhui and the iwi are not going to get involved in the politics that are held at this level, at your table, with respect of where the lines are drawn, but rather that kotahitanga unity is something that we're seeking, and to ensure that we act together. But also recognising that each council, each iwi, has their own self-determination, has their own rangatiratanga, has their own ability to make their own decisions. But adding to that letter, one of the things that we articulated quite firmly is that it would be an unacceptable position for us to not be at the table. So we're quite used to being not at the table, or even worse, being on the menu. So for us, it's very important that we have a hand alongside the councils in determining our own destiny. So that was a key point that was raised within the letter. It's sort of also wrapping up the letter is a view that we today are, or you as councils, as councillors for Wellington City Council, are not just making a decision for today, that you are making a mokopuna decision, you are making a decision that will have an impact on future generations of Wellingtonians here in this city. And that decision reflects the importance of people's connection and identity to place, the water, their environment, and a whole series of other things, which is something that as iwi, we hold that long-term view quite dearly. And we're always thinking about what is the best thing for our mokopuna. So we ask that the councils lift their gaze beyond what's just in front of them to what's before them, and that we sit together and we craft the opportunity together. One of the other things that we would also like to note is and I know it's before council today, and it was also before Porirua City Council this morning, and Greater Wellington Regional Council earlier in the week, was a point around a referendum. And it would be fair to say that mana whenua are firm believers in democracy. It's the best model of all the models. However, we would like to stress the fact that our democracy in this country is founded upon a document called Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And we want to ensure that in your giving effect to, or your decisions and your considerations around a referendum, that there are no unintended consequences that might negatively impact the obligations that we all collectively hold in upholding Te Tiriti o Waitangi. So for us, it's really important that we do not get to a point where democracy is weaponized against the founding document of this nation. So those are some of the considerations that we've pulled together. The iwi continue to meet, and obviously the considerations are across the whole region, and different councils have voted in different ways, but the iwi have affirmed, regardless of where the chips fall on the day, that as iwi we will form and hold our collective and hold our unity. And the expectation is that councils would also hold their form and hold their unity in some shape or form, whatever that might look like, and that we share the space together. So with that, I just thank you, and also I just wanted to acknowledge Mayor Little for his leadership and for showing up and being kanohi kitea in and amongst this dialogue with us and the iwi leadership throughout the rohe. Kia ora.
Kapa. Kia ora. Ngā mihi kia koe. Kara.
Thanks, Kara. Now I'll quickly run through reiterating the next steps in the Head Start pathway and then hand back to Matt. So the decision before council today is whether or not to support submission of a proposal to government under a Head Start pathway. If approved, His Worship then takes the direction given by council today to tomorrow's mayoral forum to discuss and negotiate a submission to government by the 9th of August. Should council vote to submit a proposal, and should this proposal be submitted to government, We will then be waiting for government to consider proposals and make decisions on which ones received across the country will be progressed to the next phase, and announcements are due to take place in September this year. Should government agree to progress a proposal for our council, the detailed design phase would then follow, pending any policy directional guidance that's provided by the government at the point of announcing the decisions. This is where officers, really work to provide that level of granularity on the function and form of a potential amalgamated council that I know you're all keen to see. The new council would then be elected at the 2028 local government election. If a proposal is not submitted that includes Wellington City Council, our council would then default to the backstop process, and that would commence after the 2028 election. As we've discussed in briefings leading up to today, the government has indicated that a framework similar to the Combined Territories Board model is what they are currently considering would be the framework for the backstop process. However, further decisions in detail are due on this in May next year. One key aspect that government has been firm on throughout the process is that they've made it clear that there won't be an election for regional councillors at the 2028 election. So the current regional councils are intended to be the final regional councils elected as at the point in time that the government released the policy guidance. With that, I'll now pass back to Matt.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Cara. So just quickly, we've handed out some presentation packs to you. It's a very live event because it includes the outcome of Porora City Council's decision this morning. But just to give you an overview of those council decisions that have gone before you, what you have in there is a table on page 3 which shows the broad decisions that they've taken. There's more detailed slides behind it, except for Pororua's, because we're currently updating that, is my understanding, unless I've missed it when I'm flicking through. Where it says no, it doesn't mean no, they haven't agreed to a Head Start. It means no, they've not agreed to submit a Wellington and Wairarapa Head Start proposal. That's for Masterton, Carterton, and for Masterton and Carterton. For Upper Hutt City Council, they've said no to submitting a Head Start proposal. Okay, so that's a differentiation. The details included in those slides behind you. So currently we have Marston and Carsten in the Wairarapa who've said that they support submitting a Head Start proposal, but for a Wairarapa-based unitary. South Wairarapa District Council said yes, it does support a Wellington Region Unitary Authority proposal for a single unitary. Upper Hutt has said no, a position outside of Upper Hutt City Council's non-participation is not provided, and therefore it will outline their position. Hutt City Council said yes, supporting a single Wellington Region Unitary. Porora City Council has also voted this morning and supports a single Wellington Unitary Authority. Carpety supported yes to a Head Start proposal, but specifically around requesting the Wellington Region to think about whether it would include a sub-regional unitary authority for Carpety on its own. And then Horowhenua District Council has actually voted no to a Head Start proposal at this time, and it supports exploring opportunities with Palmerston North City Council, so looking north rather than looking south. We've included that as just detail at this stage. They were an observer to the forum, although they did contribute to the financial work at that time to keep their options open. And finally, Greater Wellington Council supports the single Wellington Region Unitary Authority, but as Ben has alluded to, they're not part of the submission process, but they are allowed to submit a statement in support of whatever proposal they do, and they've taken the decision to support a single Wellington region. On that note, I'll hand back to you, Mayor, for questions.
Yeah, lovely, thank you. Questions for officers here. Councillor Matthews.
Yes, I've got a couple of questions for Cara. Kia ora. So my first one is, I'm just sort of digging into the gentle poetical style of yours that we enjoy in the letter, and just to sort of draw out, would you summarise, and correct me if I'm wrong, so I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Would you describe the letter as an encouragement to put in a Head Start proposal? Is that the position?
I'll go back to the words that I've used. Is that it would be an unacceptable position for us to not be at the table. So I guess what's that is intimating at is ultimately the decision is your decision, and we don't want to necessarily get into the politics of the decision that's in front of you. And we know that that the government in its speed and in its haste has forced you to go through quite a rapid process. But it's not our decision to make, but rather that we would like to be at the table, and we would like for councils to consider working with us, or to work with us as your treaty partners. But I guess to cut to the chase, the preference would be to put something forward in front of the government so that we can be at the table, not on the menu.
Thank you. And I guess, sorry, I've got two more, if that's right. Yeah. The first one would be, if we're not successful or it doesn't, something happens, do you think there's utility in the work that you've done that councils could use in another forum or another way going forward, if that's what?
So if I would say that if the councils weren't, if a proposal wasn't put forward by the councils, I think the iwi would probably have to go back to themselves and have a discussion, but they would probably consider, as a part of a suite of options, having a direct conversation with the Crown themselves around how they shore up a mana whenua position within the Wellington region. Yeah.
Great. And that sort of, I guess, leads into my third question, which was part of the conversation among iwi of Aotearoa, did it kind of consider the fact that perhaps this government may not be as interested in embedding a te tiriti relationship as much as the current councils would like, and that we can try our best, but it may not be this government. That may be a challenge.
Yeah, as sort of articulated within the letter, it quite clearly states that the Crown hasn't really been an honourable partner of late. And so there was concern that that if we don't go together and hold the pen together, then we would be continue to be contending with an unfriendly partner without a resolute suite of councils behind us and with and alongside of us to ensure that the things that iwi have individually and collectively fought for via treaty settlements or through other arrangements such as Te Upoko Taiao and other committees at Regional Council might fall away. And so there is a real concern that what we have built and what we've created together might be lost.
Thank you so much, Kara. Appreciate that.
Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Kia ora kara. For my sins yesterday, I watched 3 different council meetings. So I watched Hutt City Council. I was really interested in your comments there. You gave the proposal a 7.5 out of 10, and you sort of talked about the delta being in the government's deficient process. I thought for the benefit of councillors that didn't tune into Hutt City Council yesterday, would you be able to just share that sort of insight again and why you put that number on the table?
Yeah, it was. I got summons to the Lion's Den at Hutt City Council, and so one of the recommendations was that it noted that there was a lack of iwi involvement in the process. I want to be quite clear that iwi involvement in this process has been good, as I've set out, and really the challenge that's the challenge has been the speed of this process, which has been a decision made by central government. We've been able to mobilise, we've been supported by the councils, we've been supported by the mayors, and it would be fair to say that the councils that have been interacting in this process have been honourable, fair and transparent, and a good treaty partner. And that's what I've seen. And it would be fair to say that that's what Te Kāhui Whakarehunga have also seen. and is demonstrated by the fact that the mayors have turned up to the meetings and all their representatives on cold, miserable Saturday mornings out in Waifetu, and to show up and to ensure that we're a part of that discussion and created every opportunity for us to be involved. And it would probably be fair to say that our involvement with and alongside those in the working group at the CEO level, at the operational level, has been really, really good, and is probably better than any other process that I've been in, to be quite frank. So I just want to make that acknowledgement, and also in conversations with other iwi who have been involved in these processes, I would say that we're head and shoulders above the level of involvement that other iwi have been in with other councils throughout this process. So I really just want to acknowledge the work and the effort of officers and also of elected members in ensuring that that partnership is true and real.
I do appreciate you being a bit careful, but what I read is that it is existential what we have on the line here around Māori representation, that if we don't put something forward with Head Start today and the government's re-elected, we will go into the backstop process. That will be a coalition with twice the size of a New Zealand First contingent. They're currently campaigning against removing the Independent Māori Statutory Board up in Auckland Council. So, the position on, I don't want to put, so I'm just trying to ask for the preference between going into Head Start or backstop. Can you sort of say clearly whether do you have one on those, given the editorial I've just added? And if you disagree with the editorial, feel free to call that out too.
I haven't read your editorial. Apologies. But I come here as a sort of as a representative of Te Kahui Whakarehunga who sit across multiple iwi who have different views. And those views have been expressed, for instance, in Wairarapa, where the iwi there affirmed a view that some of them for Marsden and Carterton for a Wairarapa unitary. They had a different view in South Wairarapa, and similarly also in Kapiti, who also have a different view. But there is a desire for us to be involved in the Head Start process. There is a desire also for local voice to be at a local level, so that there's the balancing act of ensuring that there is a local feel to things whilst also upholding their rangatiratanga and mana motuhake in their specific places. So I would say that for some iwi there is a strong view towards going hard and going for a head start and making sure that we lock in everything or seek to lock in everything that we've been able to get over the years. For others, there is still that view, but there's the balancing act of local voice as well. So there is a convergence of views from our iwi that is similar to the council. So it's similar to the communities that you and these councils represent. But there is a strong desire to ensure that Māori wards are kept, that everything that we've fought for is kept, and I'll leave it to Liz and Holden to speak on behalf of the iwi that are here, but I would probably say that there is a strong view towards, putting a Head Start proposal in and locking in the views. If you were to talk to Fire Liz Mellish, she would tell you...
I did yesterday.
let's push this Head Start proposal and let's push the button on it and go.
Cool. And last one, it was really interesting watching 3 different meetings because there was a lot of reference to Rohe Whenua Takawā at South Waian, at Hutt City, Upper Hutt, where there's no Māori representation, there's very little. Do you guys reach out to present at the Upper Hutt Council meeting? Were you invited? Just trying to understand what the difference is, or if you're able to speak to that.
Both iwi have the takiwā includes Upper Hutt, but the relationship with Upper Hutt City Council is not as strong as it is with the likes of Wellington City, Porirua City, Hutt City, and that's for various reasons. But that we weren't engaged in that conversation with Upper Hutt City Council, or as engaged in that conversation with Upper Hutt City Council as we were with other councils.
So thank you. Interesting, the council with no Māori representation. That's the relationship you get. That's all from me.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Chung, Councillor Osborne and Councillor Compton, but we'll go to Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much for coming in. You've partially answered the questions that I wanted to ask regarding the views of the different iwi and the different territory authorities. So I just want to clarify, how many iwis do you, how many members would you actually have that you're representing? And how many of those would have written a submission? Do you have any idea about those? Like, when we look at the number of people who wrote submissions in for this, would they also be including some of your members, or did they actually tell you if they were doing that or not?
So the Kāhui is a collective of iwi entities throughout the whole Wellington region. There is some iwi have multiple entities, and they're sort of shaped in different ways because of different pieces of legislation. But I guess sort of in its entirety, there's probably around about 6 or 7 iwi throughout the region that have different entities associated with them. And the view within the collective was that we would put forward a collective submission, which is in essence the letter that we provided to the mayors. We've also sought through our own individual channels input from our own from each of the members of each of those iwi and all entities, and we've also had conversations with leadership from Marae and all those other entities, and sought some feedback on it. And the reality is that the feedback that we've received from them is we must hold on to our Māori wards, we must ensure that our treaty partnership relationships hold firm, that we have Māori representation, but at the same time, it's the same things that you're hearing, which is rates need to be lower, needs to be affordable, we need to, we're talking to the same people who have the same concerns with an added component of being mana whenua and being Māori as well. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Thanks. Can I have a second?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. You mentioned, see my notes. You mentioned about unintended consequences. What are these, or are these identifiable at the moment, or are you just concerned about? We don't know what's going to happen, and so we don't know what's backstop contains, of course. And so, what are you? Is there some? Can you identify any of these unintended consequences, or are you just not sure of what's going to be in there?
I'll speak plainly to this. The unintended consequences is in reference to a referendum around whatever proposal that's put forward. And the concerns that are had are that if a referendum is put, that people might seek to cause mischief in that process because they might see that this whatever formation of local government that might come about through this process might cause to create, in the views of some people, a privileging of mana whenua or privileging of a treaty relationship, and therefore because of that, might seek to undermine the process or undermine the work that's been done and is created. And in some part, we saw a lot of that rhetoric when in the most recent or the past election with respect of Three Waters reform and a whole number of things that touched councils. So for us, it's really important that as our treaty partner, that you consider iwi, you consider mana whenua, if you are to put a referendum to the people, and how you do that with us, and that you don't that we don't cause to create a situation where our treaty relationship is unintendedly undermined, because we see ourselves alongside you as shared allies in building a future going forward. And one of the things, we had a meeting with the Iwi Māori Statutory Board, or representatives from them, and it would be fair to say that when Winston Peters said, he sought to dismantle that board, Mayor Wayne Brown came out and says no, because he saw the value of the partnership with mana whenua, because of the long-term view that they held for the city, but also for the investment that they make into the city as well. So I would hope that the councils continue to see mana whenua not only as a treaty partner, but as a co-contributor and a co-investor into the future of our city, and that we work together in that collaborative frame, and that a referendum process does not seek to undermine that relationship which is founded upon the treaty.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Osborne.
Kia ora kara. Funnily enough, I was actually going to ask a similar question to Councillor Chung. My ears did peak when you cautioned of unintended consequences around having a referendum. And I'm wondering, you've obviously explained some of that just in your previous response. I'm wondering if you might be a bit more specific around some of the things that we as a council and we as council laws might do to mitigate or to minimise or even get rid of some of those potential unintended consequences.
Yeah, I think, and as council, as you make your decisions and you work through the process, if you resolve to put forward a Head Start proposal, you'll be working with a whole suite of councils within the region. It won't just be Wellington City Council. It'll be Porirua City, it'll be all of them. And so you guys will have to navigate across all of those councils, because not all of those councils have resolved to have a referendum. So, we're going to have to work as a collective around how we shape and frame the questions that are asked in a referendum, and ensure that they are shaped in the right way. I can't proffer any words with respect of what that referendum question might say at this point in time, because I don't know the question that will be necessarily asking, but I'm assuming it would be something along the lines of, do you support or not support the proposal, detailed design proposal, or something like that. So I think it's going to have to be work on the framing of the question, but also work around there would need to also be a commitment from councils to ensure that we build understanding within the communities, so that when the question arrives in their mailbox for them to vote on, that they are well informed and that they are making a considered decision with all the information available to them. And we need to be a part of that as well, and shaping that. So I guess my response is, let's continue to work as we've been working currently to shape what that looks like when and if we get to that point.
I've got a couple more questions, but they're more for officials, so I don't know if others have questions of Carter.
I think, why don't you just go through your questions and then we'll come to Councillor Compton. I don't have anybody else on the question list, so Councillor Foon, okay? So
Yeah, but-
ask your questions, Councillor Osborne, and then we'll just carry on the list.
Okay, thank you. My question is, we've heard a bit that essentially we could propose a referendum, but the government might not accept us to do a referendum. I just want to know, is it required that a government would approve a council doing a referendum?
No.
The short answer to that under the Local Electoral Act is no. We do not require government approval to hold a poll.
I've also sort of been told, I suppose, third hand, that there's been some advice that we would need to finalise any wording around a referendum by around about November. Is that correct?
If not sooner. So we think the anticipated lead-in time to a referendum would be approximately 3 months. You need to have the wording or the question you're putting on that referendum locked in relatively early in that process.
Okay, thank you. Are there any concerns? Earlier in the week, I shared a proposed recommendation around a referendum that I'll just read it verbatim. Agree to hold a referendum of Wellington residents on a final detailed design proposal that asks whether council should approve the submission of the proposal to government prior to making any such submission to government. Is that specific enough to work towards for that sort of?
That's a political. Sorry, I think that's a political question, not one for officers to answer, and it would be completely antithetical to a collaborative approach in the event that councils in the region agree to put up or to participate in the Head Start program. Would be my response to that. Any other questions, Councillor Osborne?
Yeah, just one more. Thanks, Mayor. We've heard that a referendum would cost Wellington City Council approximately $1 million. So I was just wondering if
that is the initial, draft advice at this point. So officers have not yet commissioned a detailed investigation and quote on what a referendum cost would be. So if that is a decision that's made in council today, then officers would then go about determining those direct details and can provide that back.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Compton.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 questions, if I may. Cara, apologies for not meeting you in person today, but I do have one question for you. You've mentioned a number of times about being at the table rather than on the menu. I've heard that a lot in the last week. I'm just wondering, what does that look like for mana whenua? Essentially, what does that mean in practice for you about being at the table?
Kia ora, Councillor Compton. So throughout this process, in practical terms, I've been at the table at the regional working group level. I've been at the table at the CEO's forum. We've had iwi chairs who have been at the table at the mayoral forum. And my expectation is that form of integrated approach, collaborative approach would continue as we transition into detailed design, if that's where we get to, and that once the decision is made, officers will need to make recommendations around the form of the operating model going forward and the governance model going forward, and that as a part of that mana whenua would be providing input into that, as well as being participants within that process as well, at both a governance level and an operational level as well. And then One of the other things that iwi have also been considering is not only the Head Start kaupapa, but also the spatial planning work stream as well, which is separate but is running in parallel with this process, and will require input, guidance and direction. So at that sort of at an operational level and a governance level.
Thank you. And my second question is in relation actually for officers around Kapiti. So I'm having a look at the document in terms of overview of council decisions. Other than Kapiti, if I just exclude them, it only talks about a single Wellington regional entity, potentially including Wairarapa. And I also note in our recommendations, Kapiti's not mentioned at all. So I'm just wondering, can someone help me square the circle and understand where Kapiti is from a Head Start proposal position, please, in terms of Wellington's position?
So from a Kapiti position, the council has determined that they would like to have a Kapiti unitary authority. The way the recommendations were worded was slightly confusing, but the intent that they've communicated to us is that essentially they'd want a Kapiti or a Kapiti and Horowhenua unitary authority. As you've seen, Horowhenua have determined that they're looking north, not south. So therefore, Kapiti has indicated that they would be seeking a Kapiti-only unitary authority as part of a Wellington region proposal. And I'll pass to Matt.
I think, Councillor Compson, it's important to know under the guidance of the Head Start proposal, only 2 TAs, 2 territorial authorities or more, can submit a proposal. So Kapiti on its own can't submit that proposal. It would need to persuade the other partners across the Wellington region that it made sense for a Kapiti single unitary to be part of the submission. And that's what their decision they've determined as a council, and that's what the mandate that the Mayor of Kapiti has to bring to the Mayoral Forum.
Thank you.
Councillor Foon.
Kia ora kara, thank you for your work on Te Kahui Whakarehonga, and but I don't have questions for you, I want to, but Councillor Matthews had delightfully got in exactly what I was wanting to ask. But thank you for the work, it's been really helpful, and yeah. But I do have questions for officers. Basically, I just want to understand the costs of forming an amalgamation. Amalgamated councils have come up 289 million, and I just want to understand what the plan is. How would we present these costs to residents? And so I guess it's just understanding, would we do that through OPEX, or are we planning on borrowing? Like what is the way that we would manage those costs?
Reprioritisation. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So in terms of implementation costs, if that's what we're talking to here, one of the recommendations is that we seek support similar to the Auckland Transition Agency Authority that they had when they went through the super city amalgamation process. What that looked like was government provided financing to that authority to go about doing transition arrangements. The new council, when it was then established, then paid back that loan over a number of years. I don't have the exact years to hand. And so the intention would be that we'd look to do a similar arrangement at this point in time. In terms of, detailed costings on what an amalgamation process could look like, getting that level of understanding is something we'd need to do in the next phase of work once we know if we put a proposal in, if it's successful, who's in that grouping. That then determines activities such as the level of financial and IT integration that we need to take place, organisational design, the asset management approaches across the region, and those sorts of things. So the sizing of that costing is dependent on the outcome of the proposal and the number of councils involved. So
if I can just break that down, so just to be clear, aside from which I think you might also find that councillors were also have put in our amendments that the Mayor has adopted into the substantive request for funding and / financing. But if that doesn't come through, how are we recommending to pay for that?
That's ultimately advice we'd need to come back to once we know what the proposition is at hand. What the approach to date on the costs to date has been that we've been following the REMO funding formula. So councils have paid their allocation of the funding required to support the regional proposal following that basis. So, for example, Wellington's allocation was 26%. We would probably likely look to do something similar, but we'd need to an overlay of the land to be able to give that definitive advice.
So we need a plan.
Detailed design phase.
Got ya. Okay, I have another question for the CE, if that's okay with your experience in amalgamation. I just want to understand with the size of Wellington, and you'll be aware that we're in discussions of what a metro looks like as opposed to the full region. Do you have, what is your experience with merging so many councils versus a few, and what risks do we need to be cognizant of in making those decisions?
It's a very big question, Councillor Foon.
It's a very big day.
It's a very big question in terms of the risks is there. Look, I mean, Mr. Henderson has already alluded to the fact one of the challenges that we have is that we're still working within that vacuum of a final decision and not knowing how those grouping authorities will come together to establish that. You know, if it is that a submission is put in for a unitary based on the regional boundary as it exists, that's both a large geographic area, and it's also got different catchment areas. It's also got different communities. That's not beyond the ability of a unitary authority to be able to deliver services across those authority areas as they're currently configured under one council area. The things to think about is how do you bring that voice through? How do you ensure that those services that need to be differentiated are delivered, but where they can be delivered on a single basis, you're getting the most efficiency and effectiveness out of it. And I think we've reflected that a little bit in the bid around delivering those services that can be delivered regionally should be delivered regionally. Those services that have to be delivered, uniquely at a local level are delivered at that level. But the exact model as to how that works will be very different. I have to say my experience is slightly different, of course, because the UK model already has that sub-regional level of decision making called towns and parish councils, for which I had the privilege of having 165 sitting under the unitary in Dorset, which served a population of about 400,000 people, so slightly smaller than this region, but across a geographically diverse area of about 2,500 square kilometres. Coast country, in New Zealand definitions, it would have had metropolitan areas, it would have had rural and provincial areas, and was able to exist quite comfortably together.
I have one more question, Chair.
Yep, one more.
Yep. So this is just on the engagement, and I don't really know who's to answer, but we've just been having a discussion about likelihood of say, let's say different outcomes depending on what decisions we make today. So I guess the question I have is, why did we ask the question in the survey, which of the following councils do you think we should consider merging with if our proposal, if that had different outcomes? Because I guess I would query that those outcomes weren't clear through that process.
I mean, you've sort of hit the nail on the head there in terms of trying to land an engagement approach in the tight period of time and with the information to hand meant we could only go out to the public with so much information. On that question specifically, and why we asked it, it was essentially to inform you as elected members so you had a guide of what our community thinks.
Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Incredibly quick, as I'm conscious there's probably 16 amalgamation speeches to be made. It's just a follow-up to Councillor Osborne's question about the legal status of a referendum under the LGA. hopefully that maintains to be. But the government, given they haven't proposed or introduced any enabling or establishment legislation for Head Start, could theoretically rule out the ability for us to hold a referendum at a later point. Is that a fair assumption?
Everything's possible with legislation.
I'll say, is it possible?
I suppose in this case, the government has said that I guess it has effectively said that they are not interested in polls being held. I guess that the issue the advice around it is more around what the referendum means practically and how you're able to do that. And then what I would say is then it will be up to the government through this process to decide what they do with that referendum. So we could hold one, say that it's binding, not binding, but then ultimately the government will make its own decision.
I appreciate that. I just thought it's important to get some of that nuance out on the table of it's not just a clean up down referendum. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. That's questions. So that brings us to one more. Councillor Randall.
First of all, this proceeded under normal legislation. This would be a significant decision and would therefore need a special constituted procedure like all the other ones. Is that a fair comment?
So if you were following the pathways under the Local Government Act, there's a specific set. So there are two particular pathways that we can follow. Either the Local Government Commission leads a reorganisation plan, and under that process a poll would need to be held. The other pathway is that council can lead a reorganisation plan, and under that process it would be required to undertake public consultation and then submit that to the Local Government Commission, who could then accept it. They would have to be satisfied that the proposal has the support of the affected communities. The difference in this case is that we're not following those pathways. So what this is, and it's really important to be clear that this decision is actually just about submitting essentially a proposal or putting a submission into the government's legislative policy process. If you were to consider that this was a high significance decision rather than a medium significance decision, which is officers' advice, you would then need to, it's the significance and engagement policy that comes into play, and you would look at what that means in terms of the level of consultation or engagement that you carry out. In this case, though, you do also have an exercise in your discretion around how you carry out and consider community views. You are able to consider the sort of broader circumstances and how they impact on your ability to actually go out and do that. In this case, I would say that the council has gone out and carried out a level of engagement that it is really able to do in the circumstances, given the time that is available and the fact that that the Mayoral Forum has had to develop this proposal in conjunction with that process.
Okay, thank you for comprehensive result, more than I expected actually. The resident survey results had very small support, for example, under 15% from Wellingtonians to have a united council, an amalgamated council with the Wairarapa councils. So why does this proposal make this recommendation, and what role does the assessment criteria that's within the Head Start requirements have in making that decision?
So the proposal was developed across the region on an everybody's in until they're out approach. And so that was, I guess, the approach that was taken to developing the proposal and why it's written the way it is. In terms of, so therefore, when you then come to make your decision today, when officers then go about implementing the decisions made in the Mayoral Forum tomorrow, the proposal's then changed to reflect what those final decisions are. So it was built on that basis to then be able to be uncoupled if it needed to be, or for councils to be taken out if they needed to be. So that was the methodology to the proposal itself. In terms of the government's criteria, the government has stated pretty clearly their preferences one unitary authority per region. And their guidance, they've also said you could have 2 or 3 if you'd like, but there has to be a good justification for that. So again, we've used that to inform the draft proposal that was put to elected members across the region. But it is really important to emphasise it was a draft proposal, and then the decisions being made this week ultimately inform how that goes about being finalised.
Okay, and just one more question. The most popular proposal from the residents' results, both within the metropolitan areas and within the Wairarapa areas, was for a 2 unitary authority model. I note that on page 61 of the agenda, there's the assessment criteria of the single unitary model. Was a assessment criteria done on a 2 unitary model? And if so, why is that not in the report?
So this assessment criteria is using the government's Head Start pathway criteria that was done on the basis of the draft proposal that's been put to elected members. The direction given through the mayoral forum was to go about, as I said before, and everyone was in until they were out process. So that's why that information's been provided in the way it has.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I think that concludes the questions. And so we now come on to the recommendation. We have a substantive amended recommendation. I think that's now around, or there we go. It's it goes longer than what's on the screen, but I think it has been circulated to everybody. I'm just conscious of the time of the day, and so unless there is 75% majority for calling it an adjournment now, I'm going to suggest that we carry on. If you want cups of tea or refreshments, can I just ask that you do that in the course of the debate? As long as I can see you in the room, I won't count you as absent. But I just think, for the reasons I'm about to explain, we just need to push on. So what I propose is that in terms of speaking, I'm going to relax the standing orders in terms of speaking time. This is a very important issue. And so I'm happy for people to speak, to express the views that they've got. There will be exceptions. So if there is excessive repetition, then I'll cut you short. If there are references to historical events more than 20 years old, I'm just conscious of our younger council members, I'll reserve my right to cut you short. And if it looks like the speech is descending into some sort of episode of delirium, we'll also cut you short. Those conditions, I think we will start the discussion. I will move the recommendation as it currently appears. So thank you to the officers and to Kata for being available to answer questions and for your questions here today. I want to just traverse a couple of things about A, how we got here, B, kind of what the significance of the decision is. I want to talk about some of the process issues because I think that is important. I want to talk about some of the substance issues and then sort of finish off around there. I think we all recall how we got here. So originally the government made an announcement in November last year about local government reform that was really focused on regional councils. They indicated they wanted to remove regional councils from a layer of local government. And the process was that apart from substituting elected regional councillors with mayors in the region, there would be a 2-year period for the mayors as the substitute regional councillors to come up with a proposal or a program on greater consolidation. So it was expected there would be ample time. The Wellington Wairarapa Mayoral Forum convened to consider that and set up a program of work around it. Then on the 5th of May this year, the government changed tack and announced the Head Start process. What they announced was a period of 3 months for councils in a region to develop a preliminary plan for a unitary authority. And I emphasise their expectation was a unitary authority. or a viable alternative which would meet the government's criteria. And I'm going to come to government's criteria shortly. What they indicated was that if councils didn't want to participate in the Head Start process, then they would be part of a backstop process, which would be pushed out. But the backstop process would be a government-determined process with a little or no input from affected councils. The decision that we have is whether we choose to be part of a backstop process that gives us the right to determine what our future looks like, even if it is within constraints and under conditions, or a process where we simply don't have the right or the ability to do that. And we've heard from Karapukutapu Dentis on the implications for that, at the very least, for mana whenua representation at local government. Now, we've had 3 months for 8 territorial authorities and the Greater Wellington Regional Council to get relevant information from each other, and that has taken a while, to develop ideas, to explore possible arrangements that comply with the criteria, and finally to work up a proposal. And that's been a very constrained amount of time to do all of that within. And at this point, I want to acknowledge the work of the chief executives and their staff, other council staff, Luke Troy from the Greater Wellington Regional Council, who acted as a bit of a coordinator and pivot point for a lot of the information gathering, coordination and what have you. I want to acknowledge the work of Martin Jenkins, who consulted to all the councils collectively to help us get to the point that we did. A phenomenal amount of effort and work has gone into this. But I would be the first to say that none of this is an ideal process. Giving a constrained amount of time to put together such a significant, even if it is a preliminary kind of précis on what a future might look like for a region, is an unreasonable demand to make. But we were faced with it. And in my view, we were right to respond, and I think we've all done the best that we can. But that also means that the proposal that is being considered is far from perfect. It can't be, because we haven't had the level of deliberation, the level of public engagement and consultation that you would otherwise expect for something that's so significant. And we have had public consultation. We've had the survey, and we've had the public input over 2 days last week, and that's been useful and interesting. But I'm going to make some points about that too, and why I consider even that level of engagement is constrained. I'm satisfied that in the circumstances we've done the best that we can in the time available. I wanted to say this point too, because I'm aware of claims from elected members in the Wellington Council saying that they haven't been kept in touch, that there hasn't been sort of notification or knowledge for members. And I'll just point out, we've heard about the number of briefings that we've had, but there's been a range of email updates, report backs. I have a page of them here of all the provision of information, the updates and the reports that have been provided to Wellington City Council elected members. And I have certainly, as the Mayor on the Mayoral Forum, striven to make sure councillors are kept up to date as things have evolved and as there are substantial matters to report. So I just put that on the record. The next point is that whatever we think about the process that we've had to put this together under, we can't ignore the substance of what this is about. There are 2 things driving this for government. I'm going to talk about them in a minute. And there are also issues that we have to be thinking in our own right as leaders of our city. So that the issues that have driven the government to do what they're doing won't be a surprise to any of us. They've got significant resource management law reform. It's in part replicates what was done previously, although it was repealed within 100 days of it being passed. But it continues a theme that even the previous government was doing, which is looking at reform to streamline planning and consenting and those things that allow both developments to happen and environments to be protected, with a specific understanding about the desperate need to get cities up to date and protected from the effects of climate change. So the government's objective was to have a local government structure that will give it a better chance of delivering on that, because it will require coordination and cohesion and resources to implement it. And the second thing driving the government is the effectiveness of local government, or at least their perception of it. And we know that. They've made that a political issue throughout this term, and that's why they've introduced policies like rates capping and what have you. So that is what has driven them. That is a reality, and that is what we have to deal with. We shouldn't be fazed by that. Our approach should be, what do we do to make sure local government and the service of people in their communities is the best that it can be? Then there are the issues that should be driving us anyway, about when we think about effectiveness of local government and the possibility of local government reform. And I think there are three really critical issues that every council, every local government elected member needs to be thinking about. What do we do about the long-term infrastructure investment needs? We know there's been, the country is desperately trying to catch up, to develop infrastructure to meet modern needs, but also to be climate resilient. The second is economic growth. Parts of the country are doing phenomenally well. This part of the country isn't, and it's been anemic for some time. We're the capital city. We're a natural collection point for economic activity. We actually have some strong economic activity in our tech sector and others. But it's not leading to growth, wealth creation and population growth that we need, that the city needs, this region needs, to be sustainable. And I doubt whether we're going to get that unless we have a platform from which to organise, to coordinate, to be cohesive, to draw on all the social and economic assets in this region. And then the third is a point I made before about climate resilience. That is the overweening challenge of every city and every region right now. And we know we've experienced the consequences of a city whose infrastructure still is not up to par to deal with the extreme events which we know are going to be more frequent. So the question we have to face is, can we seriously address, put aside Head Start, put aside the dodgy process, can we seriously address those big challenges under the status quo? My view is not. We can't. So when we think about the opportunity that Head Start gives us and what we've been talking about and what we've been dealing with, and the government starting point is start with one unitary authority. The Wellington region, including Wairarapa, is a wholly integrated region, and I don't think we can understate this. What happens in Wellington City affects the region, and the converse is also true. Whereas 40% of workers in Wellington City on a weekday come from outside Wellington City. They come from the Hutt Valley, they come from Porirua, and they come from Wairarapa. Wairarapa's economy is dependent on facilities that exist in Wellington City. Over decades, we've built transport networks that have served those needs. And that transport network doesn't go away, regardless of what arrangement we have, and needs to be coordinated and managed. I might add, it also includes Kapiti Coast. We are wholly integrated. What we also know from the information available to us is that there are a lot of services that happen outside of Wellington City that are effectively paid for by Wellington City. Pretty much all of Wairarapa's environmental enforcement, mediated through the Greater Wellington Regional Council, is paid for out of Wellington. Councillor Randall knows more than anybody when it comes to transport funding, the public transport funding, both that which we collect and which NZTA provides. There is a heavy weighting towards those on the outer reaches of our transport networks, which means Wairarapa, which means Kapiti, and indeed Upper Hutt. We are a wholly integrated region. So the challenge for us is to think about how we organise the region for the future. That gives us the chance to create the platform for the growth that we talk about. The population growth, the wealth creation that we need as well. And that's what should be in the forefront of our minds. It's not about who is in what seat or what building we are or where things are located. It's how do we get the best out of this region for the people who are living in it, the people who we want to live in it, the activities that we want to happen here. How do we have an arrangement that works with mana whenua in a way that aligns with where they are, who they are, where their investment is as well? Because it won't be in our existing city boundaries. How do we best deliver for the future? There was a great piece. Well, I circulated a letter from Te Kahui Whakarehanga recently, where they sent to all mayors. And my colleague at Hutt City, Whauono Ken Laban, read out a passage. I'm going to read it out because it's a great passage. It's a beautiful passage, and I think it's worth us remembering this. What they said, what Te Kahui Whakarehanga said to us was, this is not a restructure of councils. It's a rare chance to build something new and to build it well. The decisions in front of us are mokopuna decisions. The people who will live longest inside what we choose are not yet in any of our rooms. And they will not ask which council held which preference in 2026. They will ask whether we built them a region that works, a whare they can afford, why they can swim in, whenua that is cared for, and a partnership that endures. If we make our choices with their faces before us, the politics of the moment gets smaller and the work gets clearer. That's the challenge laid down for us. I make this point. We are leaders here. I make that point because I know that there are some councillors who say, look, the survey said this. The survey preferred a Wellington Metro unitary authority only. We don't often talk about the privilege of our position, not the privilege in terms of wealth, but the privilege in terms of the information that we have to inform what we do and the decisions that we take. And the difference between people answering a question in a survey put together reasonably hastily and us is that we have access to more information. And it's our job, when we think about our decisions, is to draw on all of that information. And if it helps to understand kind of what motivates me, I can tell you this. There is one political principle that I don't subscribe to, and it is the principle of, I must follow you for I am your leader. We can look at the survey results and we say, yep, that's it, and I don't have to think anymore. But in my view, that would be an abdication of our responsibility, because we have access to way more information than people answering that question. And that information is how integrated socially and economically this region is, on the Wellington side of the Rimutakas and the Wairarapa side of the Rimutakas. If I listen to my colleagues and others I know from Wairarapa, what their biggest concern is, they are a rural provincial area and they fear being buried and lost in something so big dominated by Wellington. And that's why in the discussions we had in the mayoral forum, the idea of the community council became so pivotal, because it was a way of providing genuinely devolved authority, a genuinely important and powerful sub-regional part of total regional governance that would reflect the characteristics of that region, give authority to those there, leave some control, relevant control, to community facilities in that area for people who are there. And I think that's something that we need to think carefully about. I think it's important to think about the government criteria. I've mentioned it in my comments so far. The starting point for them is a single unitary authority. The most straightforward approach, they say, is for all councils in a region to combine to form a single unitary authority, and they lay out various criteria. The proposed arrangements must deliver clear accountability, effective delivery of key functions, including regional planning, transport, and catchment management. And then they say, well, you can do more than one unitary authority, but it is only likely to be approved if those conditions are met. the criteria met. It doesn't lead to fragmentation of key regional functions, such as catchment management. And then they set out a bunch of criteria, the 5 criteria that they'll assess them against. That sets that up. One of the things they also say is it must maintain local voice, which is why a sub-regional level of organisation is important. But that's what they're going to assess it on. So the decision today is about getting into Head Start so that a structure can be properly developed. And I concede the point that some have raised with me. You know, surely other things should have been thought about, other than just community council or even the big unitary. It's important we signal our expectations and priorities and our initial thoughts. But here's the thing, we also have to do that. We also have, whatever we do, we have to do on the understanding that what we produce ultimately, if we get into Head Start, is in collaboration with others. So what I urge you to do is to make sure we don't tie our hands. There must be flexibility. We must be able to talk and negotiate and collaborate. So this is not about Wellington dominating. This is about Wellington being a partner to all of our neighbours to do the best for the region, to lift ourselves above ourselves and to think about what's best for the region and its future generations. It's important for that reason that we have a decent sort of oversight arrangement as we put that stuff together, as the process is undertaken, and that's incorporated into the resolutions that we have there. All of that's captured in those recommendations. If we don't get into Head Start, we don't get a say. And my fear would be if we put up a proposal that doesn't comply with the criteria, if we think that all we have to worry about are the 4 Wellington metros and that's it, that doesn't comply, and I don't believe it does, then we invite going into the backstop process and we lose the right to have a say, we lose control of our destiny, and that's not in the best interests of the people we represent. One of the hardest jobs we have to do is to face the future and to collectively decide how we get the best out of it. Not so much for us and our generation, because we will get through the next days, months, weeks, even years. But the challenge for us is to think about that for future generations with the people who aren't in this room. I look forward to the debate. Who's next? Seconder. Deputy Mayor McNulty. Do you want to speak now? No. Speakers. You want to? Yes, if there are amendments. Yeah, let's hear the amendments.
I was just going to clarify before it's officially seconded. Was the amendment circulated by Deputy Mayor McNulty included in the substantive? They're just not up on the screen at the moment.
I think it was, yes. Yeah,
Okay,
or it should be, yes.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm happy to do my amendment now if that's...
Yep. You also amendment moved, Councillor Rogers.
If there is one thing that I do believe is inherent to local government, so much so, in fact, that it's in the name, it's that decisions are made locally by those who are impacted the most by them. It's inherently local. And I think many people around this council do agree. One person has even said local people should decide the future of their local governments. Others have said we must not lose sight of local democracy. And there is one particular part of the Head Start proposal as it's currently drafted that I think loses a bit of sight with that. And I think it's that effectively in subjugating another community to be part of a Head Start proposal when they've explicitly said they do not want to be. And I guess I should be clear, I have no objection to people having views about who should be in and out of a Head Start proposal. I think everyone will have a range of views depending on where you come from, what your background is. But I do think that we shouldn't, in doing so, override a democratic decision of another council, the mandate that they had when they were elected to do so, or ask the government to override their democratic mandate on behalf of them. a colleague helpfully said to me, it's a bit like there's a difference between saying you want to be friends with someone and telling them that you're friends. And I think if the same thing was happening to Wellington, where someone was going to try and force us into a position where we did not want to be in, I too would be standing up and saying, actually, the respect I deserve of people in my region is that you don't force me in either. It is difficult, in my view, to see a scenario where we see a democratically elected council making a decision not to be involved, to then go and involve them, but also say that we need a referendum. And to me, that kind of makes me think if a democratic mandate through one form is being pushed to the side, whether a referendum's democratic mandate would also stand. In the expedience of time, and because it's council, I can only speak once, so I'll also speak to the paper in full. I think this is a very hard sell. I think, I guess points to the government. It's a solution that still, it really is for a problem that has not been defined. And I think when I was going back and looking at some of the principles that we laid out, I think there are a couple that it hasn't quite hit the mark on. The first is around the form of effective local government representation. I think it has been acknowledged that it's been a very short period of time, and it has been difficult to try and find a solution that works for a significant number of different bodies in the region, where everyone can feel like their voice is heard, but also feel like their voice isn't too overpowering. The other is the concern around the actual affordability of local government. And I think my favourite reading, as always, was in the appendix and the footnotes. And one of the things that I find interesting about the Martin Jenkins analysis is that when you look at all of the references that they make for their evidence base, those references are not places that have implemented reform. Actually, in New Zealand, the things that they refer to are reports that were generated prior to the amalgamation of other areas, or reports that were generated for the amalgamation of Wellington City. They're actually building a lot of the assumptions on the New Zealand context on things that have not happened, or have happened but have not been gone back and measured. And I think all of this does sit in a landscape where the most significant concern and cost increase that councils face are in construction materials for fixed infrastructure assets that we need to deliver for generations to come. And so for me, in that view, the most relevant report is actually that of the Infrastructure Commission, which does suggest that there is no evidence that bigger is better beyond a council size of 50,000. And I guess all of this sounds like a great reason why I shouldn't support the proposal. But there was actually one phrase in the letter from our local iwi that has turned my mind to reluctantly supporting this proposal. And that's that our long journey with the Crown has taught us discipline. Frustration is not a strategy. We play the long game for our iwi, for our uri, Matua waka, and all the people of the region, and for the whenua and why that sustains us. And my reflection on that is, while I don't agree that amalgamation is the best thing for this region, I can see the intense desire that the government has to pursue it. And for the reasons that Kara outlined, I want us to be able to have our hand on the pen alongside them as we make those decisions, instead of leaving it in the hands of others. So I'll be reluctantly supporting the Head Start proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. We'll deal with your amendment. Do you have a seconder for that? Yep, Councillor Matthews, do you want to speak to your amendment? Okay. Any questions? Yes, sorry. Yep. Did you have a question?
Yep.
Councillor Abdirahman, yep.
So my understanding is that we have options of Head Start or backstop, and if we choose Head Start, we need to tick certain criteria. That means if we don't include some of those territorial authorities, that means we don't take the criteria, and then we will be put back into the backstop. Am I right?
Matt, do you
I think we've all read the guidance, and maybe it's been deliberately written in a way in which questions could be asked in that sense. But my understanding of it is that it allows for proposals to be put in that make sense against the guidance, i.e. a single unitary. If a council within there has not voted for that, it's silent on that. But it indicates that we should allow a process for those to be involved if they don't already put them in as a government decision. So I think the government will be the ones that takes the decision. But I think it would be strange, wouldn't it, to submit a single unitary bid that had like a hole in the middle of the donut, because it wouldn't make sense. Do we stop the trains when they get to the border of the authority that's not included? How do they provide for the catchment area management and for the services of the regional council? We would not be able to answer that question adequately in line with the guidance if we were to do that, is my reading.
Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Yeah, obviously when councillors are sworn in, we have to do an oath around performing in the best interests of Wellington. I mean, this is quite extraordinary because I've never seen an amendment that's been written by the mayor of another council moved at a table, so it's pretty unique what we've got here. So I'm just wondering, is there any sort of issues or clash where if you're moving something at the behest and that's not even through your own words, does that clash with the oath that we have and we put forward and swear into office?
Quick point of order there. I'm not sure that the Deputy Mayor really has any standing to say that Councillor Rogers is moving this amendment at the behest of someone else.
I have a message here from Mayor Perizet that I'm happy to put into public record of what she's planning to do, if that's required to just verify what I've said is accurate.
We had a question that was asked. Is Karen Pasha, are you able to give an answer? Constitutional law at the local government level?
So the question, as I understand you're asking, is would putting up and voting on an amendment that is
that is on the face of it,
council.
on the face of it, serves the interests of stakeholders that are not Wellington resident stakeholders. Is that contrary to the oath that councillors have sworn?
I don't have the oath before me, and it is a sort of difficult question to sort of give you a definitive answer on. I think there's probably quite a bit that would go into really assessing that, but I think for you that it does need to really consider when you are thinking about what the proposal is that you are putting up, whether it is in the best interests of Wellington residents, and how something like what another council has asked you to do fits in with that. You're not, I guess the point is as well that you're not required to, certainly you may wish to consider and think about the broader impacts of this proposal and how well it would be supported within the region, but you're not required to give consideration to the views of those outside the communities that you are supposed to think about.
Thank you.
Except to the extent that they might serve the interests of Wellington residents, but that's angels on the head of a pin. Right, any other questions? Yes, Councillor Chan. This is a question, Councillor. A question at this point. Come to debate later.
I think then when
you don't have to ask a question if you don't really have one. That's the point I'm making, I suppose. Is a question or a comment that you want to make?
I'll leave it for a comment.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. As the debate on the amendment moved by Councillor Rogers, seconded Councillor Matthews. Councillor Chung, now's your time to make a comment.
At the beginning of last triennium, we were given a presentation from the Chief Ombudsman, and he told us that what is the most important thing, especially for new councillors, to remember and to act on, and that is your constituents. The most important person or group of people that you're responsible to are your constituents. You need to always go back to them, ask them what they want, ask them if we're doing the right thing by them, ask them if we're doing the wrong thing by them, ask them what they want, because they are the people you're representing. And so we've got to think about who our main responsibilities are. Yes, of course, we want to think about people in the region. We want to encourage people from the region to actually come into Wellington to work. We want to encourage them to come into Wellington to play, to do business, whatever. But our prime responsibility still remains the people in Wellington. So we need to look at their considerations, what they think. Now, we talk about, your speech earlier was very eloquently spoken, and you talk about, yes, we are a region, we have to work together, we have to, there are so many things that we share, transport, infrastructure, environment, all those things. I agree. We do need to do all of those things, but that doesn't mean that the only solution is actually to form one council, one unitary council. We can still do those things. We can still work together with the other. If we decide that we don't want to work, we don't want, we don't go in with the Kapiti or with the Wairarapa in one unitary council. That doesn't mean we don't want to work with them. That does mean that, yes, we have a border at Poruru or somewhere. We can still work with them. We can discuss what benefits them and what benefits Wellingtonians. But we don't have to be in the same unitary council with them if they choose not to. I find that if you go into a partnership with people who don't want to be in there, who aren't agreeable with what we're doing, then it's nothing but a recipe for disaster, because they're always going to, resent being there, and they don't want to discuss any issues that we're concerned about so much in Wellington, but they want to discuss their local issues. So I feel that we're looking for trouble if we actually pull in partners that don't want to be with us. And so I agree with what Councillor Rogers has proposed here, surprisingly we to myself. But I think that it's actually the right thing. It's the right thing to do. We can think about the region, but then we can also expand that and say, okay, what do we think is the best thing for New Zealanders, for the North Islanders? But we've got to keep our minds fixated on who we represent, and we represent Wellingtonians. Now, we talk about we have information that the people who put in their submissions to say that they want the unitary council to be of the metropolitan councils only, and we say that yes, we have information that they're not privy to. But what is this information? I mean, I look at the Martin Jenkins report, and I look at that, and I've read through it so many times, and yet I'm not convinced that it actually tells us what the empirical data is on why we should be going for a regional authority, because he talks about benefits that aren't substantive. They're somewhere in the future, and so people are actually hurting now. Wellingtonians are hurting now. We've heard it so many times before. So we've got to be understanding. We've got to be cognitive of what the issues are for people now. So yes, we want to have a Wellington, a city, a region for the future, for the next generation. Yes, we want all those things, but we don't want to make life worse for the people that we represent now, for the Wellingtonians that are depending on us to make the right decision for them. So I think we can still achieve the things that we want for the region by working together if these other authorities don't want to come in with us.
Councillor, you might want to just address the criteria as specified by the government.
Yeah. Yes, I understand that. And I think that we've still got to do what's right. We've still got to do what's right for our people. Now, if we put in this submission and it's not, if the government doesn't like it and they throw us back, then they'll either give us the position of coming back and saying that we like these parts, but we don't like those parts. Can we actually work on those?
Except that that's not what they've said.
I don't believe that they'll say, okay, we're rejecting that, you're going into backstop. But we don't even know what backstop entails. It may be better, it may not be, but we don't know what's in it. So I support Councillor Rogers' amendment here.
Thank you, Councillor Chang. Just a little bit of advice. You might want to look at Section 10 of the Local Government Act, just about your responsibilities, because it's not just the people you talk to in the street. You've got to think about the people of the future as well. Any other contributions to this to debate on the amendment? Yes, Councillor Randall.
Look, I thank Councillor Rogers for putting this forward. I think it highlights a problem that we've had, and this is probably a problem that's partly due to the short time frame we've been forced to follow. But there are 4 councils that don't want to be part of a unitary authority and have explicitly stated, and this amendment is really an attempt to is really an idea of a way to that this council can recognise that fact. Going forward on a single unitary authority with 4 councils explicitly saying we don't want to be part of it, it really makes this a bit of a shotgun marriage. And I don't think those sort of marriages necessarily work out, because we really have got a lot of work to do even with the councils who want to be together. However, I will not support Councillor Rogers' amendment, because I do recognise that there are some consequences, particularly with respect to Upper Hutt Council not being part of a combined area for catchment, for economic integration, and some of the other areas. So I do thank him for outlining that and recognising and trying to recognise in this proposal, because one of the problems with this proposal is it doesn't recognise that reality, that this is a single unitary proposal that is not supported by people across the whole region. Thanks.
Any other contributions to the debate on Councillor Rogers' amendment? Councillor Rogers or Matthews? Right, reply.
Yeah, I guess I wanted to thank Councillor Randall for a very respectful contribution, and I do appreciate that people are able to disagree respectfully, and I understand where you're coming from, and I can understand why you can't support this. It wasn't raised in debate, although there was a question in the form of debate around whether I was doing this in the interests of something other than residents of Wellington City. And I want to make it very clear that when I put this amendment up, it is because I believe I am doing it in the residents of Wellington City, for all of the reasons that I articulated in my debate. I also want to clarify that it really is not, in my view, in the interest of Wellington City to pursue an amalgamation where a significant proportion or a proportion of the organisation would resultingly not want to be involved. I think that would lead to bad consequences. And just speaking briefly to another thing that was raised, again, not in debate, but through questions, was around this idea that we can't seem to agree with other councils. We can't have a position that is similar to that of other councils. I'll point to clause 12B of the amended substantive that has been moved and seconded, which explicitly references amendments that were raised by Porirua City Council. That is this council already moving and seconding an amendment that references the views of another council. That's totally fine, because we have identified that those views align with ours. And it is completely fine for anyone around this table to have views that are different to mine. I am very happy for you to have those, and that is exactly why we have remotes where we can push buttons and establish our views. And I am grateful that some of the members around this table have chosen to engage in that debate in a respectful manner.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. All right, I'm going to put the proposed amendment. Those in favour press 1, those against press 2. Screen comes up. All right, I declare that...
Sorry. Yeah, I was really moved by your speech, so
Do you have something to tell us?
It's no for me, yeah.
Change that vote to a no. All right. And declare that resolution lost. Right, we'll resume the debate on the substantive amended. Further contributions to that debate? Yes, Councillor Covert. Another amendment. I mean, that's the second amendment we've had today, right? So that's another, yeah. Yep.
I'm going to speak once with this amendment, a proposed amendment, and to the paper as a whole, so please bear with me. First of all, I just want to state that I do support local government reform and amalgamation, and I support Wellington participating in the government's Head Start process. However, I do have concerns about the government's approach. The time frame is extremely compressed for what is potentially a once-in-a-generation restructuring of local democracy and public services. And I am thinking about future generations who will be in this city, in this region as well. Look, at times this process has, for me, been driven by the government's desire to support its new resource management planning framework, then by a genuine conversation about what governance arrangements best serve local communities over the long term. And that includes consenting to support more housing and more efficient consenting overall. Significant structural change in our council should be justified and planned on its merits. It should not be rushed to fit another government reform programme. I think the one glaring omission is local government funding reform. Councils across New Zealand are facing growing infrastructure challenges and cost pressures. Changing boundaries and governance structures in local government still does not resolve the fundamental question of how local government is funded, and it's not just solely about capping rates. So look, against this backdrop, and I just really appreciate what the Mayor's been going through. I know it's probably We've got feedback, as we usually do, but I don't envy your task on keeping everyone at the table and with a range of views. So I want to personally thank you for that. But I do see my responsibility as a Wellington City Council is to make a decision on what I believe is in the best interests of the city, its residents, and its future place within the region. But I will note that we as a city have one of the highest rates in New Zealand, and partly as that is supporting others. And I also just want to acknowledge, the Mayor, that there has been movement around the proposed governance model that was in the agenda published, and I welcome that. And it reflects a recognition that the detailed governance arrangements should be worked through in the next phase with communities, iwi, and stakeholders. But for me, the remaining questions around geography. Should we identify as a single unitary authority across the entire region, including significant rural communities, or should we identify as a metropolitan? I've reviewed the agenda papers, and look, I've gone through the criteria, whether I've interpreted everything correctly, but I've done my best to join the dots. But one thing is clear to me, the evidence supports reform, but it does not compel a single region-wide authority. And we know more than 3,000 Wellingtonians said they responded to the engagement, and I appreciate they may not have had all the information, but it's very similar to 12 years ago when we went through a similar process, and it basically fell over when Wairarapa was added in. So I don't think we should just dismiss the result of the 3,000 Wellingtonians who responded to us. If we are recommending a different direction, we should be able to clearly explain why. The report also demonstrates that 4 cities already function as one metropolitan area. People live in one city, work in another, study in another, and use services across council boundaries every day. That's the majority of people living in the metropolitan area. It doesn't stop us working with our neighbours. Regional collaboration does not require regional amalgamation under one entity, because if that was the case, how do you explain the imaginary line between Kapiti and Horowhenua? Because that's what it is. There's no geographic divide, yet we're happy for that to say you're part of another region. So whatever structure we choose, we will still work alongside our neighbouring councils on issues such as transport, environmental management and emergency management. And those activities can continue to be delivered regionally where that adds value while maintaining strong local representation. And so, as I said before, this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity and for think of the future people of this region. But we need to get the broad shape of the reform right up front. So for that reason, I ask that you support this amendment. And this is essentially saying Wellington City Council's preference is for a metropolitan unitary in conjunction with a rural Wairarapa one. I think this approach better reflects how our communities function for now and into the future, aligns with strongest public support and still meets the government's objectives for reform. And I also believe from officers that this does not upset us being involved in the current Head Start proposal, but it does make it clear to our partners about where we stand as a city. I ask for your support. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Calvert?
I think it's Councillor Compton, but you might want questions first.
Councillor Compton, I see you.
Yep, I'm happy to second it. I don't have any comment at this stage. I'll save my debate for the substantive. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other contributions to the amendment proposed by Councillor Calvert? Oh, sorry, questions at this point. You're right. Any questions to officers about the amendment? Yes, Deputy Mayor McNulty.
I guess just any practical outcomes, any view about the Head Start criteria and the ability for 2 unitaries. Just a little bit of commentary to the explicit intention of what this would try and put forward would be helpful. Thanks.
I think ultimately the key thing to look at here is the government's guidance on simplifying local government and the Head Start pathway that they've provided. As I pointed out earlier and as we've discussed in previous briefings, the government's preference is for one unitary authority. They have left the door open for more than one unitary authority. I think the way the amendment is written and how it's included within the amended substantive still keeps the negotiating position there open for Mayor Little to be able to take to the mayoral forum, but beyond there it's an inherently political decision to make as to whether you'd want to call that out explicitly.
Councillor Abdulrahman.
It would be good to hear from the Mayor what you think, because we are the one who would be going to those debate and representing us. So how much of this will be impacting you negotiating around that table?
Isn't that in debate?
Yes, I'm asking for the Mayor to respond during debate, yes.
I will contribute to the debate and answer those points, Any other questions for officers? All right, in which case, yes, Councillor Rogers.
Apologies for the delay. I was just trying to reread through this. Just given that this is an amendment to 5.1 and the delegation that we're giving the Mayor to approve is in 4, this is merely stating a position of the Council while acknowledging what we're agreeing to in the Head Start proposal is different to this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's just a verbal preference as opposed to changing the actual,
Yeah, so it doesn't upset the Head Start agreement. Sorry to answer the officer's question, but I just thought, is that right? I am right, am I? I know.
Are there any other questions? In which case, I will contribute to this part of the debate. And yes, it will upset the coherence of the totality of the recommendations because it's contradictory to what else is in the recommendation. And the reason why I don't support us expressing a preference for 2 unitary authorities is largely I've touched on, but if you go through the criteria the government have got, it starts with more than one unitary authority is only likely to be approved if the proposal clearly meets the criteria, and those are the criteria about effective governance and what have you, doesn't lead to the fragmentation of key regional functions where collaboration is required, such as catchment management. I would add to that transport as well. The consequences of 2 unitary authorities will be that transport costs for people living in Wairarapa who need to come to Wellington will go up, and they will go up materially, and it'll be a disincentive to work in Wellington. It might be an incentive for some to move over here, but more likely a disincentive to work in Wellington. That will affect the Wellington labour market. So that will affect employers and organisations who draw their workforce from across the region, including Wairarapa. It will affect them. These things are not consequence-free. The other thing where it will have an impact is environmental management. A unitary Wairarapa authority of roughly 50,000 people will not have the resources to do environmental regulation and enforcement that they need to do, that is currently done by the Greater Wellington Regional Council, as we've acknowledged, largely subsidised by Wellington. That will have an impact ultimately on, in the longer run, on the Wairarapa economy, and that will affect Wellington. These things aren't consequence-free, and I know it's very nice to think, well, they're a bunch of rural folks, we're metropolitan, urban folks, and we are quite different. There is a convergence at various points of the populations. A whole bunch of Wellingtonians go to Wairarapa. A whole bunch of people who work in Wellington live in Wairarapa. We go over to Wairarapa. We go to the mid-year Christmas thing at Greytown. We go to the Martinborough Fair. We go to the Wine and Food Festival when they have it. We do activities, and the Wellingtonians do activities in the Wairarapa. Wairarapa's forestry comes out of Wairarapa into Wellington, goes through Centreport. So do most of their wine exports. The two are integrated, and therefore the local government covering those areas needs to be integrated, cohesive, and managed properly and effective. If you look at the criteria the government's got, it simplifies local government. So the point there is more efficient regional governance arrangements, consolidating decision-making and improving alignment. 2 unitary authorities doesn't stop there. It'll then mean separate entities to deal with transport and possibly environmental enforcement as well, because they won't be able to enforce any. It won't simplify local governance. It won't create economies of scale. That's the other measure. And so it therefore puts a proposal we put up to government for 2 unitaries at risk of us going into backstop. And I don't think that can be overstated. I see what 2 of the 3 Wairarapa councils have done. They say they want a Wairarapa unitary. One has said they don't, because they don't see how it works. I've spoken to some of the councillors there. They don't know how it would work economically. So we are putting our own interests at risk if we support this amendment. Any other contributors to the debate? Yes, we are getting close to 4 o'clock. So can we, just before we go any further, we need to resolve to sit beyond 4 p.m. I'm going to move that in accordance with standing orders. Do we have a seconder? A seconder from Deputy Mayor McNulty. Does anybody want, that's a procedural motion, we're debating that. Does everyone want to discuss that, make a comment on it before we get past 4 o'clock? 5 seconds speaking slots. If not, we'll put the resolution.
I haven't got my phone on me, sorry. I left it at home. Oh.
We've got 1 minute to make a decision. Thank you. Right. Any other contributors to the debate on Councillor Carwitt's amendment? Councillor Foon. Oh, I can speak.
Kia ora. Look, I plan to support Councillor Calvert's amendment, and I just want to acknowledge the the comments you made me earlier too about leadership, and I do want to acknowledge the role that you've played through this process, and I also don't envy you, so thank you for doing it. But I must say that your view has been quite different to the one that we have had around this table. And the only, I guess, evidence or surveying that I have to try and make these decisions has been through the survey that we put out, which was really 80-20 to a metropolitan understanding. The referendum that Lower Hutt and Porirua put out at the last election, which was really just about amalgamating the Metropolitan and Regional Council in this area. And that also the Wairarapa councils have said they want to become their own unitary.
No, they haven't. South Wairarapa didn't.
Sorry, 2 out of 3. Yeah, 2/3. So the way that I am seeing it is that a super city is really a jump too far for where we are at the moment. I'm also concerned that we don't have a clear plan for residents on how we're going to fund it. And there's also a lot of time and, to pull in all of these councils and the different styles and cultures and ways to merge them all together. And that also creates quite a risk in this process of meeting deadlines and, more importantly, making good decisions together. And as far as localism goes, when that is the thing we want to uphold, but it's really hard to see how that happens when in Auckland, being a super city, they get 29% of the voter turnout for local government. Over time, yes, absolutely, and I think we should make moves towards that, but I don't think that the super council model is right for us just now. I'll speak to the substantive. I would like to thank the Mayor for taking some of the amendments we have been working on together and putting them into the substantive. I think the next stage we must work hard to take all councillors who are a part of the amalgamation have more time together so that we can understand their perspectives. We have a completely different view as the capital city, and it's been an exercise to really think about what other councillors around the region might think about. And I don't feel I've been able to make good decisions not having the opportunity to hear their views. So I really think that's an important part of going forward. We've got to work together in this marriage. I think, Councillor Randall, you put that in, and so without building that connection, we're still making decisions in isolation. And I also think that we need to be explicit with whatever proposal goes ahead, that the suggestions of the sub-regional governance are suggestions only, and we need to take that back to a clear frame so that we can work with our communities and other councils on what that looks like. So I will be supporting the amendment. This has been a very fraught process. The timing has not served, and I feel sad that it's not kept us together having positive conversations. And I would say that I felt like we as a council could have had more conversations together about where we stand and sit to flesh out some of these ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Pōneke Kelly, you have speaking rights. Yep. Oh, Pōneke Hohai.
Kia ora tātou. I speak today as the Pōwhiwi representative for Taranaki Whānui ki te upoko o te ika. I want to begin by first saying that I'm agnostic on the question of amalgamation. Whether we have one large council or several small ones is in many respects a question of structure. What matters to me and to Taranaki Whānui is not the shape of the institution, but the quality of its relationships, its decision-making and its commitment to te tiriti o Waitangi. If amalgamation can deliver better outcomes for our communities, more effective regional planning and stronger stewardship of our taiao, then it deserves genuine consideration. But my concern is not that any reform, my concern is that any reform must strengthen, not weaken, the voice of mana whenua. Wellington is not simply an administrative boundary, it is our ancestral home. Any future governance model must ensure meaningful partnership, protect local identity and enable iwi to participate fully in decisions affecting our whenua, our wai and our people. So for me, this is not a debate about size, it's a debate about values. Whatever models emerges should leave Wellington with stronger governance, stronger communities and a stronger treaty partnership. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Are there any other contributions on either Councillor Calvert's amendment or the rest of the resolution? Councillor Randall.
I just want to speak to Councillor Calvert's amendment and really, I think, counter some of the points that was raised by the Mayor. First of all, I really think that one of the revelations we've had during this process, and it's a good revelation, is that the Regional Council spends $30 million a year more in the Wairarapa than it gets in revenue from the Wairarapa. And the vast bulk of that comes from Wellington City residential ratepayers and business ratepayers. Yes, the Mayor does outline there will be some concerns, for example, if the costs of the transport goes up. But I also think, I also must point out that Wellington City ratepayers pay more for each passenger on the Wairarapa train service than they do on commuters that come in on our own bus and train services, because it's a very expensive service and it's from far away. What's been missing from this whole thing is the justification as to why Wellington residents should be funding people who choose to not live in Wellington, but actually live in far cheaper housing, far, far away, and who pay much lower rates than Wellington residents. The environmental management is an equally big concern, because through the Regional Council, Wellington City has been investing millions and millions of dollars in flood protection in the Wairarapa. Now, I don't have a problem with that, other than that the Regional Council over the past 3 decades has consistently hidden the contribution that's being made across the region. And this is why it's a revelation. People are moving to the Wairarapa on the basis that the train fares cover a reasonable amount of the cost of their train service, and they do not. The other concern I wanted to raise is about the lack of analysis for the 2 unitary options in the final report. Mayor Little has rightly outlined a concern that a 2 unitary option, 2 unitary authorities option would not meet the criteria. Yet there is no assessment of the 2 unitary authority model in the report. If it fails to meet the criteria, then I would like to see how and where it fails. But we're being asked, again, to really vote on one option. And the background support as to why the other option fails is not being provided. Lastly, I can't go beyond the fact that someone must speak for the voice of what I think is missing, which is the residents and ratepayers, not only of Wellington City, but of the residents of all the councils who, through the survey, have said they want essentially 2 unitary councils. That needs to be recognised, and I thank Councillor Calvert for putting up this amendment, because this amendment is a way of recognising that. Look, the reality is part 4 is the key part. We're going to put up a one option, 1 unitary authority option. We're going to go there, the Mayoral Authority will go through this and such like. And yet I want in this report, I want to be able to table, and I feel very, very strongly about this, I want to be able to table and know actually where all the other members sit about
how much they have recognised what their own constituents want in this. We may have to go forward. It may have always been just a one option deal. Bad process, short process, and officers have worked very hard to try and make it work. But I really think that we have to recognise what the preferred option that I've picked up from all across the region in this final report and in something I can vote for.
Any other contributions either to Councillor Cowart's amendment or the substantive amended? To the whole thing, yeah. Well, I think okay, so we have another amendment. All right.
I have to do right of reply.
How about we confine it to Councillor Cowart's amendment? Any other contributions to Councillor Cowart's amendment?
I think Councillor Compton's online. Oh, she had her hand up. But
No. Councillor Compton, did you?
No, I will debate in the substantive. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
If there are no other contributions on Councillor Cowart's amendment, Councillor Cowart, do you want to write a reply?
Yes, I do. Thank you. And I just want to thank Councillor Randall for the work he's done on trying to get the clarity around this cross-subsidisation and contribution by Wellington City to some of the Greater Wellington regional services. And as he rightly points out, this is information that I know he's been asking for a number of years, and we finally got that information now. So we got that clarity, and this is about transparency of information so we know decisions being made. And we've all had the emails about the water where people are finally realising that their water is based on CV, even though it was always there. They're finally seeing that. In terms of the assessment of the criteria, with my slightly consultant hat on, I did provide that on Monday in my information, and this two unitary authorities can easily be mapped to the 5 steps of the criteria. It's already in, that information is already in the information provided and pulled together by Martin Jenkins. And I just want to, just some of the things, again, I just want to emphasise is that sometimes the regions are only partly just imaginary lines on the map, like we've got between Kapiti and Horowhenua. But the Wairarapa itself is its own catchment area. That's why we have Te Aki Wai. It services the catchment of these 4 metropolitan councils. And so, and even like for transport, we have people coming from Palmerston North. That's a completely different region, capital connection. So we have that, and we have economies of scale amongst even 4 councils together. Imagine just one rating system, one set of building rules. So we build more housing quickly. So look, I think we've certainly got that. The evidence is there already in the assessment. It's just about pulling that together. But as the comment has been made, this is not impacting on clause 4 and the proposal, but it is making quite clear in the document where we stand as a city. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
All right, we'll put that amendment. So all those in favour press 1, those against press 2 when the screen comes up. That motion is carried.
I finally won.
So, Councillor Osborne, do you want to move your amendment now?
No, I know, sorry.
Order, just conscious of the time of day, Councillor Osborne, do you want to move your amendment now?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm planning on moving the amendment that I shared most recently with all of you yesterday afternoon, Wednesday, 1:34 p.m, if you want to look through your emails. It's the 7th recommendation of the 7 recommendations that Councillor Foon and I put forward, and I do want to thank the Mayor for incorporating the substance of most of the other 6, and then conveniently with Deputy Mayor co-opting the Porirua Council recommendation, one of my own concerns has been covered. So I will just very quickly make a few comments about amalgamation overall. Ultimately, I mean, I think we probably all agree this is a decision between bad and bad. But I do think that ultimately, on balance, we are better served by entering the Head Start process. No matter how tenuous our grip, I do think we're better served holding the pen instead of leaving our fate to a as yet unknown process. Going forward, there are some fundamental issues that I want to see in any future design of local government. And I want to make clear it may well be that where we get to may not deliver these sort of things as they are being delivered now, but these are the sort of things that I really, really want to see. And the first one is ki utu ki tai, so environmental management that is done at the catchment scale, and that is mountains to sea environmental management. It recognises that what we do up in the mountains affects what we do in the harbour. And I would note that the Regional Council for a number of years now has been delivering quite an effective program called the Whaitua program, where they have shifted all their environmental management into this ki utu ki tai mountains to sea approach, and I don't want to see the baby thrown out with the bathwater. That's really important work. We need to hold on to it. The second thing that I really want to see, and look, other people can speak much better to this than I can, but I do strongly and firmly believe that tangata whenua must be at every decision-making table that we are setting. And then lastly, I want to see us design a system that encourages more public engagement, not less. Councillor Foon made the quite concerning observation that Auckland Council, indeed, there was a 29% participation rate last time round. That is not indicative of a council that is encouraging more engagement. I personally really believe that future elections should be held using STV and in multi-member wards. I think, one, that means more people's votes impacts the outcome of an election, and two, it overcomes some of the challenges that is sort of classic to local government, where if you're an incumbent and you've got name recognition, you are more likely to get re-elected. Personally, I'm a little bit sceptical that a second layer of governance, unless it's really, really skillfully designed, is going to foster better public engagement. Finally, and this brings me to the amendment, I think that we have to bring whatever final proposal we make, we have to put it to a referendum. It's such a fundamental constitutional change that I think our residents deserve the opportunity to have their say on it. So the amendment that I put forward, and I shared it much earlier in the week, is a standalone amendment to this paper, and it would require a referendum that asks our residents whether this council should approve the submission of any final proposal developed through the detailed design process. It is my judgment that that is sufficient direction to officers. I hope that I have sufficient support around the table to agree with me. Making it a standalone recommendation removes it from the Head Start proposal. So it takes the decision as to whether we have a referendum away from central government. And frankly, we heard earlier in the day the Mayor make a very strong case that we shouldn't be asking central government for things they're not going to deliver. They have very clearly said they're not interested in referendum. Yes, I think we have to be careful about the way we design that referendum, and we really, really do need to heed the advice that we were given from Kara today. It will be incumbent on all of us to do all we can to avoid any of those unintended consequences that he warned of. I think the way that this process is shaping towards, I think there is a reasonable chance that we may end up in a position where the proposal looks like a metropolitan unitary. And I would note that both Porirua and Hutt have recently held referenda on whether that group would be preferable, and both cities did vote in favour. It is my personal judgment that if Wellingtonians are not given the same opportunity via a referendum, lingering discord with any significant reform of the way we govern ourselves will exacerbate divisions that naturally occur in communities but are occurring, unfortunately, more and more. So I strongly encourage you to consider my amendment and vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. officers have just asked for a couple of minutes just to consider issues in relation to your amendment. So can I suggest we adjourn till 4:22 and then we'll resume. 15 minutes past that time, so apologies for that. There are some practical constraints emerged about conducting a referendum on the final detailed proposal that would go to government in March. It simply wouldn't be able to be done. So we now have an alternative recommendation, amendment that's come supported by Councillor Osborne and his designated seconder that sets out that one there. So I'll give Councillor Osborne just everyone make some brief remarks, and then we'll throw it open.
I don't need to. I mean, look, I think we had a good little discussion just then, and there were some potential legal roadblocks to the amendment as drafted, and we've come up with a solution. It still asks us to hold a referendum, but it may be that we aren't able to hold a referendum on the specific final proposal that we've put together, but we will be receiving advice as soon as possible after the government makes its decision on Head Start, which I presume will probably include a decision not to include a referendum, and we will then take some decisions about how we ask our own residents what they think about this proposal. So I am comfortable with how it's redrafted and would encourage you all to support it.
Thank you. We do have a second. Do we have any questions to officers on this? There aren't. Councillor Randall, do you want to talk at this point? You'll wave your cap.
Yes, look, I support this. It's almost perverse that this council was trying to inject one of the key elements into this process, which is some democracy.
Very important.
But no, I don't. I think that this process has not really got a lot of democracy in it, and including on the time frame. I thank Councillor Osborne for coming up with all these different ideas about this, and I can see officers too have come through and tried to balance things out and given us a proposal. I just also wanted to mention I do support an amalgamation proposal overall. But I have really struggled with what's been put forward. It has been very, very difficult. However, even if we get off on the wrong foot, which is what I believe we're doing, there's always time to get it right. And I do agree that we would rather be a partner with the government in determining our future than having it done to us. And so for that reason, I ask you also to support this additional element to try and make the whole thing work.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask Councillor Rewiti, who's just notified me he needs to leave shortly, but he will resume his attendance online. But in the meantime, I'll invite Councillor Rewiti to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank colleagues and council officers for the tremendous amount of work. And I think we've just seen that with this amendment from Councillor Osborne on how everyone has tried to make this work in the best possible way for our residents. But I also want to acknowledge Mayor Andrew Little for the leadership he's seen in Wellington City step up to the challenge the government placed before us. Rather than waiting for the decisions to be made for our region, he has worked collaboratively with fellow mayors, chairs, to explore whether we can shape our own future through the Head Start pathway. I mihi to the residents of Wellington City who have participated in the consultation process. The government's Head Start pathway makes it clear that councils should engage with iwi as we develop proposals for local government reform. The Local Government Act 2002 also requires councils to provide opportunities for Māori to contribute to local government decision making. And that's exactly the approach that was taken through the Wellington Mayoral Forum. Councils have engaged with mana whenua across the wider region, and this has helped inform the recommendations that we're considering today. In this process, we're following both the law and also the process the government itself has established. If we're asked to engage with mana whenua in good faith, then we have a responsibility to listen and consider what we've heard. And we've heard from Kara Puketapu Dentist today, there is a desire to be involved in the Head Start process. Those were his words. Their unity is significant. The iwi have spoken with one voice, and importantly, that support is not unconditional. And they've outlined in the letter that was shared with councillors the principles that they hope will be underpin any future model. I won't reiterate what those were, but a couple of the highlights that were through there is that the treaty settlements and existing arrangements must be protected, that Māori wards must exist at every level, and there is co-design of partnership agreements. Those are just three of the first important principles that they've asked us to consider. But they have also made it clear that Te Tiriti principles must be woven through every layer of any future governance model. There is another important point, and that is in Pōneke, we haven't held a referendum on amalgamation, which we're talking about, and I personally support such a referendum. But we have held a referendum on Māori representation, and you may... I've been on and on about this, but I thank David Seymour for giving that opportunity, and that the people of this region have spoken, and here in Wellington, 68% voted to retain the Māori ward. Hutt City, Porirua, Kapiti, Masterton and South Wairarapa also voted to retain Māori wards. And perhaps most significantly, across Greater Wellington, more than 109,000 people voted to retain Māori representation on the regional council, with 63% voting in favour. To me, those results tell us something important. The people of Tuupoko o Te Ika believe Māori have a place around the decision-making table. Not just in one council, but across local government in this region. Today, we are not deciding whether amalgamation will occur. We're deciding whether Wellington should take the opportunity to shape what any future could look like, rather than have it shaped for us. For me, the voices that matter include the voices of mana whenua. The iwi leaders of this region have come together. They have spoken collectively, and they have asked councils to pursue the Head Start pathway rather than default to the government's backstop process. I've listened to that, and I'm ready to push the button, as Kara said. So let's go. And for those reasons, I'll be supporting, ultimately, the substantive when we get there. Ho ho. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you, Councillor Dewitt. Right, are there any speakers to Councillor Osborne's amendment? If there are none, Councillor Osborne, do you want to exercise a right of reply? Okay, in that case, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour press 1, those against press 2. Once the screen comes up. Okay. It's carried. All right, we're back to any more amendments. Like the auctioneer. All right. Any further contributions to the debate on the substantive amended? Councillor O'Brien.
Yeah, thanks everyone for this debate, and across everyone for putting up their amendments. I guess the first question for me is, should we make a Head Start proposal? And for me, it's a pretty clear yes, if it allows us to be around the table and negotiate for the system that benefits the people that elected us. And then that brings us to the second question of what our proposal should look like, and that's the one I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about. I'm glad that our recommendations reflect some of the concerns that I personally have with the Martin Jenkins proposal. I think our starting point should be to zoom out and look at the two biggest problems, in my view, with local government. Number one is that we have a weak democracy, and number two is that the funding model is broken. I don't see how this process does anything to solve either of those problems. Of course, that's largely on the government. I think we all recognise that. The Martin Jenkins proposal and more broadly some level of amalgamation will solve some of the other issues we have around the lack of scale and regional duplication. I don't think that anyone can make the case that Wairarapa needs 3 separate councils, and I would personally say that I don't think it makes sense to have separate councils here in the metro area when Wellington City sprawls directly into Porirua and into the Hutt Valley. Now, of the 2 issues I mentioned, the funding element is on the government and they continue to bury their head in the sand on that. But the democracy point is in our control. People are disenfranchised with local government, and to make it even more difficult in New Zealand, subnational government accounts for only 10% of public expenditure. The OECD average is 36%. We have a massive voter turnout issue. In Wellington, we have one of the best voter turnouts in the country, and it's still only 50%. Now, in my view, the Martin Jenkins proposal makes things more complicated, starting with the fact that you have to vote 4 times, a regional mayor, unitary councillors, a community council chair, and community councillors. And we've had public submitters that literally explained how the further you go down the voting form, the more people drop off. And much has been said about the need to retain local voice, but if you have low engagement and low information elections, you're not getting local voice, you're getting a very narrow view. If you don't like rugby, this analogy might not make sense, but this is like when we franchised rugby in New Zealand and brought in Super Rugby. Instantly, the NPC became a second-tier comp, and when I go to Henry Stadium, there's only about 500 hardcore fans there, including Ben. Community councils will be exactly the same. They'll be a second-tier institution and will struggle to get the levels of participation we need for a democratic system. And there are warning flags there with Auckland. In their last election, as has been pointed out, they only had 29% voter turnout. People don't feel connected with their councillors. The ratio is 1 per every 81,000 people. And my instinct there is that you have a technocracy that is harder to engage with for the everyday person. And they also have community boards that don't have any real power. And I know that we're talking about giving community councils more power than local boards, but they will still have very limited real power. And I haven't even mentioned yet how undemocratic some elements of the proposal are. Having the chairs of the community council that are not based on population voting on the unitary is completely undemocratic. And looking at some of the resolutions from around the region, like I understand it, it's politics and people are sticking up for their constituents and wanting to retain their local voice. But I think we have to remember that there's another group that wants local voice, and that's Wellington City Council residents. And I do not think talk of supermajorities or other ultimatums put on Wellington City Council are helpful. And I also don't like this focus on the urban-rural distinction being the only thing we need to take account for. There are a lot of specific interests and needs across our region that people want accounted for. So in my ideal world, and in my view, the best way to build a meaningful institution that is more democratic than our status quo is to create a strong metro unitary council, including Wellington City, Porirua, Hutt City, and Upper Hutt, with a larger number of councillors to ensure that people have local voice. We know from our early consultation, Wellington support that grouping. And we also know from the data that Wairarapa has its own distinct labour market. People commute from Kapiti, the Hutt and Porirua, but not from the Wairarapa. The implementation of the planning system will also work well regardless of whether a unitary includes or does not include Wairarapa. That should not be our determining factor. But I do recognise the limitations of the situation we're in with the government's requirements, so I will be supporting this today. I'm glad some of my contributions are reflected in the recommendations, particularly around ensuring fair and democratic representation in the detailed design phase. But also the point as well that if we go to any unitary model, then we need to ensure there is appropriate tension between the environmental regulation functions and the development functions. I don't want the disestablishment of the regional council to mean our environment suffers as a consequence. In summary, this is a tough situation. There's no perfect answer, but I think we should be at the table and make a Head Start proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Compton.
Thank you. So just in terms for me, in terms of next steps, provided we're accepted for Head Start, the detailed design phase is critical. We must enter this with open minds, not a black and white position, as Councillor O'Brien has just noted. Compromise is essential rather than a turf war, which benefits nobody. I've read numerous comments and heard perspectives from residents outside of Wellington City. One thing that struck me is that many did not want to be joined with us. It appears that years and years have gone by, and perhaps without realising it, we've ostracised ourselves, and now they don't want to be our friend. This reform is coming, whether we like it or not. We now must enter into a deep period of self-reflection and consider our neighbours and their perspectives. Their regions are growing, ours is shrinking. We must ask ourselves why. What is it about the other metros that is so appealing, and what can we learn from that? We must not dictate, we must adapt. On the flip side, we also need to share and promote the stuff that is good here in Wellington City, that is conducive to us thriving. Now it's time to show really strong leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor McNulty, then Councillor Matthews.
Fitting I speak about amalgamation with a view of the snow-capped Wairarapas just out of the corner of my eye while the sun's still up. Look, there's three things I want to talk about today in this amalgamation debate: customer service, Māori representation, and just reflect on some of the decisions of other councils ahead of our mayor heading to the mayoral forum tomorrow. So why customer service? We might not think about it this way, but our job as elected members is fundamentally customer service. People have problems. Their local road is unsafe. They need to get approval to start a business. Someone's playing music too loud in the evenings. They're on the wait list to get their child into a swimming class. We as councillors, we intervene and help. Some problems are minor and local, others are significant and citywide. And I start with this analogy because I don't think the model developed by the mayoral forum has really drilled down onto this aspect of what we do. The model to me feels too much time has been focused on representation, community councils, the role of politicians in an amalgamated council, over confronting a central question of how will amalgamation improve the quality of local government in the Wellington region. Let me return to the customer service analogy. We've all rung an 0800 number with some urgent issue, listened to the menu prompts, pressed what we know is the right button, waited 20 minutes, got connected to the call centre, and found out we actually pressed the wrong option. We got transferred again and had to wait another 10 minutes. It's a bad experience, it's bad customer service. To me, elements in that proposal run that real risk, but we're talking about local democracy, not just some kind of billing issue. People have a problem or issue, they think they're speaking to the councillor that can meaningfully address their issue, but actually no, you've landed in the wrong place. Or, I want my community council to address an issue. Oh wait, the funding issue is actually from the unitary. The potential ballot model, as Councillor O'Brien spoke with 4 separate contests, is a further cluster, and we heard the evidence in public submissions that would directly decrease democratic participation as you go down the ballot. So what I really hope is that should we vote for a Head Start proposal, which it's looking like we will today, fantastic, we have the government say go ahead and move into that detailed design phase, the region will put on a little bit more of a customer service hat about what makes council work better as the main priority. To the point of Māori representation, I think Kara's words earlier said it all. There's a strong desire that Māori wards are kept and what we've fought for is kept. And unfortunately, the only meaningful way to deliver on that desire to have Māori continue to have the same level of voice under the amalgamation options that have been laid out by this government is to put forward a Head Start proposal. The backstop alternative means a re-elected coalition government, likely, as I said, with a doubled New Zealand First contingent, currently campaigning against dismantling the independent Māori statutory board at Auckland Council, will determine all of the representation arrangements for our city. November may throw up a different result. We may get the first one-term government since 1972. And if that happens, we should get a change of approach, which is great. But if it doesn't, the stakes could not be clearer. Now, I know for some members, Māori representation might not be on the same priority level as for me. That's not a critique. But, someone who campaigned with vote to keep the Māori ward on every election hoarding, this is really critical to me. So to throw away the one opportunity we could have to embed Māori representation into the future of our governance as a protest vote against what would be a rubbish process mandated by the government or a general dislike of the model is not a gamble that I'm personally willing to take. And I spoke about Te Kara yesterday. I watched those 3 council meetings, and they were telling. The meetings from Hutt City Council, South Wairarapa District Council were full of mention of mana whenua about their role in the rohe, their role in maintaining whenua. Then I tuned into Upper Hutt City Council, and I think there was a sort of single reference from the mayor about mana whenua in the introduction, but that was it. And those are councils with Māori representation versus a council that doesn't have it. And I don't think you could put a clearer distinction about what the value it adds of having them there. To the third point, in watching those 3 meetings yesterday, I can't help but reflect on the difference of resolutions that came from councils, and particularly some amendments which issue ultimatums and bottom lines. I want to respond directly to that type of demand because it does not sit well with me. Unless the government prohibits us, Wellington City will test with our residents an amalgamation proposal. That's our direct commitment. Today, Porirua City Council have also endorsed a referendum. I can't speak for Porirua, but I think as Wellington we will likely take that opportunity to test some elements from detailed design and ask our residents what they think the best type of sub-regional governance looks like, including community councils. Over 210,000 residents will be given a direct say in what gets developed in a Head Start proposal, and at tomorrow's mayoral forum, that should be respected by other councils. Bottom lines that override our ability to discuss the fundamental mechanics of future governance in an amalgamated council with Wellingtonians are disrespectful to the 210,000 people that this table represents. I want to be really clear, this paper is not WCC saying no to some features of unitary council that others have raised as important, but we need to have a discussion with our people first before we get there. So I ask of the mayors tomorrow, pay us the same respect as we're paying you. We're not dictating your terms. Please don't dictate ours. Kia ora.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora koutou. First of all, I want to acknowledge the strength and integrity of the process with regards to mana whenua in this. I think, Kara's kind of endorsement of that and what I have seen resulting from it, I'm very impressed by. So I'd like to thank everybody involved. But I guess, I want to have a future focus and be positive. And I guess to acknowledge, Mayor Little, we have had information. I guess what I haven't felt that I personally, and my sense from talking to other colleagues, that we didn't have before today, which I think was a little bit late, was influence. And so I would like to try and adjust that process if we can, going forward, so there is more of a sense of collective influence around this table for what happens if we are lucky enough with our Head Start proposal. And Councillor Foon, I agree with you very much about the need for us as councillors to talk with councillors around, and I think those relationships are going to only get more important as we move forward. So we have to start building them. I would love us to see a lot of transparency around when the mayoral forum is refining decisions, because, there is this kind of, it's not a decision-making forum. However, it does refine the proposals so effectively decisions are made before they get to us. So I would like for us to plan for both informal and formal meetings at the right time before more mayoral forums to ensure our views are canvassed and represented where possible. And I understand that is very difficult because, you may have a huge variety of what those views are. However, I would like to be having this or that conversations, and I think that was missing from this process. I guess I do remain a Head Start sceptic, as many of you have raised kind of issues with the process, and it is far from perfect. However, I have been convinced by hearing from mana whenua directly, and that has led me to support this proposal on that basis alone. And I guess I just want to finish by wishing you very well, Mayor Little, for both the negotiations tomorrow, and I know we've kind of put a few more things in your bag that you have to take with you, but also for the negotiations that will ensue with central government, and that that kind of message about that Kara said about the strength that we hold as we go into it together. I think is going to be very, very important. But in order to be together and have something, I mean, today has shown that actually people with very different views and aspirations for our city have some quite similar views about the structure and process, and we need to incorporate those better. So that will strengthen us as we go into those conversations. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Chung.
I'm very much a supporter of the Head Start proposal, and that, yes, we should definitely put one to the government. Because we have a say in it and we don't know what the backstop is. Now, if we knew what the backstop was, what it entailed, then of course we can compare the two, but we don't know. However, I do think that there's a lot of arguments for amalgamation, and that a lot of people actually see it as a panacea for success, as a way to actually turn the population drop in Wellington round, to bring it back to wealth and to attract more businesses here. I'm not convinced yet that we actually have those answers. I'm not convinced yet that being bigger is necessarily better, and that amalgamation will actually help us to do those things. But I do find that people naturally migrate to other people with similar values. And I do think that the Wellingtonians' values are very, very similar to the Upper Hutt, and yes, I include Upper Hutt and Pororua. And so we all want the same sort of thing. We all believe in the reasons, the things that we actually need to be successful. So we are a natural fit to work together. When you look at the other regions, you look at the Kapiti, you look at the Wairarapa, I don't see the same values there. When I talk to them, they want different things. Yes, everyone wants success, but the same values don't seem to be there. So the four metropolitan authorities, I absolutely agree that we should be working together. But because Upper Hutt doesn't want to come in with us, I'm very reluctant to actually force them to do it. Now, it may be that the government will say, yes, you have to join, and so be it. I think that there will be an asset when they do come in, but I do think that there will be a reluctant partner. And I don't know whether they can sort of forget that and then work equally well as the other partners with us, or whether they will resent actually being in there. But I think that we are a natural fit. Councillor O'Brien, I agreed with almost everything he said. I think that he's very good in looking at examining the detail of what we actually need to be successful. He's also highlighted things that we may not be able to resolve. So how do we actually fix the issues? How do we turn around the dropping population of Wellington? How do we make Wellington more attractive? You know, those things are actually harder to substantiate. And if the assumption is that amalgamation will actually do those things, then I've yet to see the empirical data on how it's going to do it. So it may do it. I'm very hopeful that it will, optimistic, but I can't see it, and so I'm just not overly confident that that it will work. But putting in a Head Start submission, yes, absolutely, we have to do that. Great, and I think I've got to the bottom of my list of notes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Chung. Are there any other contributions to the debate? If not, there's not a great deal I will do by way of exercising my right to reply. I think it's important we think about our success as a city relies on the success of the region as a whole. I've listened very carefully to many of the points that have been made. I think it is important that we think carefully about the information that we have access to, that has been provided. We think very carefully about the way people move throughout our region, what they do within the region, and then think about how we can best organise those things, those functions and services that actually keep cities together, keep people moving, keep people safe with all their challenges, including weather and climate environment that we have. So I think we do have the opportunity, no matter how ham-fisted this has been from the government's point of view, to do something pretty special. But we do that in collaboration with others. And we acknowledge that regardless of the size of the city, we have partners our neighbours who we need to work closely with, and with a relationship of mutual respect, and so that we can get the best for the people we all represent. On that note, I will put the substantive amended. All those in favour press 1, those against press 2.
Could we just scroll down? Can I just... Thank you. Yep.
All right, we're all good. Yes. Cool. Been living with it for 12 weeks. No, I think he's. All right, I'll declare that carried. Thank you, everybody. And the remaining item on the agenda is committee reports. So, oops, we've got colour chart. That's all good. Is Margot Ray around? Are any officers present to speak to the report? No? Are there any questions about the report? I don't want to deprive you of an opportunity. In the event that there are no questions to the report, I will move it. Deputy Mayor will second it. Is there any debate on receiving the report? If there aren't, I'll put a motion. All those in favour press 1, against press 2. Declare that carried. I'll declare the meeting closed, and if please join me in the closing kara kia unihia ki te uri tapu nui, kia wātia, kia māmā, kia ngākau te tina ne te wairua i te ara takatū, ko ia rā I rongo whakaria ake rikona, kia wātia, ai rā ko wātia. Kia ora. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, sure. Okay, can you just give me 2 minutes? Yeah. Come on, just give me 2 minutes. I'll come and see you out the front there. Yeah. Shall we meet you just out? Oh.